Greeties. Hello, Go-Go. I am here, and Shredney will return in mere moments, it sounds like. Oh. I heard somebody talking and was briefly very concerned. It was just
Hello.
the other... Hello, Shredney. It was just the other computer, and I forgot to turn the sound off. I do apologize about covering up the little banner at the bottom, but, words. Said banner needs to be covered up because it's kind of the only way to make Terraria, like, decently visible. Alright,
Okay, now I understand what this is.
yeah,
kind of, partly.
It's Minecraft but flat. It's a good game. I enjoy it.
So it's Flatcraft.
Die. Flatcraft. That's not even like a joke. He just said the word flat in there.
And then there's crafting.
Yes.
So it's Flatcraft.
There is also mining. In fact, mining is a fairly large part of the game right up until like the very, very end game. Terraria is a game with a lot to it. I kind of feel like it's I don't know if I'd say underrated, but I feel like it gets left out of like definitive games of the 2020s or 2010s discussion, just because it's obviously very similar to Minecraft. And I think a lot of people prefer Minecraft. I might also prefer Minecraft. But what I like about Terraria, aside from the fact that I own it but not Minecraft, which is, a point in its favor, is, like, the world is not literally infinitely big, but it is very large. So, like, you still get that sense of, like, a lot of progression, but there is an end point if you want to reach it.
Yeah.
Now, you may have noticed that I've cleared this whole plane here, and that is because, generally speaking, you kind of want to plan for as big of a house as you can right out the gate. Thank you, Go-Go. Hearts to you as well. But, like, I'm just gonna start building what are going to eventually be, like, our NPC apartments. I should dig that iron that's just straight up sitting... Why are you talking about spiders? I never understand what's up with the guide. I should just, like, dig this, his name is Dylan. I should dig this iron out in a second here. So how are you, Shredney?
I'm doing okay.
That's good. It's okay to be doing okay.
At least today has been okay.
That's good.
I have been spending my time just, like, planning on listening to things, so because, again, I have Apple Music free with my phone plan, I am just saving things to my library so I can listen to them later. And today I went through a large quantity of like weird electronic music, some black metal, and some other stuff. Like, and a bunch of, like, sort of post-metal bands finally acknowledging the fact that I do like post-metal. It's just, it does sort of... There are just a lot of post-metal bands I happen not to like.
Shredney now stands Dream Theater.
Jesus Christ, no. Also, that's prog metal.
That's the
That's different.
only, like, I was like, well, they're either post-metal or prog metal, and I don't know enough about any kind of metal to know one way or the other, so I'm just gonna swing. Is
Yeah.
Pelican post-metal?
Yes.
Okay. I've actually listened to some Pelican in my day, and I thought it was alright.
Yeah, they are pretty decent. Like they get a little repetitive. I saw them live. They're a good live act.
Their drummer, whose name I do not know,
Mhm.
tends to do these really slow rolls at the starts of songs, and
Hmm.
those are good to sample for trip-hop music sometimes.
I can imagine.
Not really as the main beat, because they don't quite have enough impact, but you can use them to, like, accent whatever's going on up front.
I mean, if you're doing like some kind of weird, abstract Earl Sweatshirt thing.
Nah, early bird, I say as though we know each other, and we definitely do not.
Uh-huh.
Where the fuck is the inventory button? There it is. Like, he tends to prefer, like, soul samples and such.
Yeah,
His drum
although,
patterns are very minimalistic, but that's more of,
yeah.
a thing he got from, like, Medhane and those kinds of folks. What do you do in Terraria? You build things, and you mine for materials to build things. Also, you fight monsters.
Incidental note, on the subject of Earl, I'm going to need to like actually properly listen to the entirety of some rap songs because everything I've heard off of it is pretty great.
It's one of the best rap albums that came out in 2018. And
Hmm.
it was very divisive.
It's weird.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna get to it. Thank you for the subscription, Janik. I will be popping some torches down in a second here. I forgot that you just need jelly and sticks to make those, actually. So why don't I do that right now?
Why is there a slime on your roof?
Cause they can jump pretty well, so he just jumped up there.
Yes, but
Hello to you.
there's just a slime there.
Yeah, he's chilling. Don't at him today.
Can you have a pet slime?
I think there's like a thing that lets you summon slimes, but it's something you get like much later in the game.
That makes sense, okay.
Don't kink shame me for my slime. It's not that kind of slime.
Oh dear. Go, why?
I mean, if somebody wanted that kind of slime, I wouldn't, like, be upset at them for
that slime just attacked a bunny.
It did. That's what they call the, nature red in tooth and claw.
But it doesn't have claws!
You don't know that.
It's a slime!
Tredney, I think you're making some big assumptions. You know what, I forgot that if you don't paper over these little cracks, that also counts as there not being a back wall.
Huh.
Something vaguely annoying about Terraria, you do have to mind, the area behind you if you're, like, indoors or underground.
Mind the gap?
Mind the gap. Why did you throw away your gyro? Thank you. That was a reference to 1985 by the Justified Ancients of Mumu, which is an album that I have probably not listened to in like 10 years at this point.
I am going to... Speaking of which, I'm going to see if that's on there.
Almost certainly not.
Quite possibly.
Their stuff is the KLF is probably on there, though. Which is, like, honestly the better stuff, so...
Yeah, their work as the KLF
I'm gonna take care of it, Go-Go. Don't worry about it. It's better to just put everything down and then chop away as you need to afterwards than to try to get it all right on the first pass. Torches are probably not going to be spaced super evenly, so I apologize about that part.
Hmm. The shaman are on here. Okay.
The rap group?
No,
Actually, I think shaman is just one guy, but you're talking about something else.
the acid house group.
Okay.
Sort of. Like, they were kind of
Hey,
an odd hybrid band thing. Yeah?
I've got a slime on my roof. Would you say that's an acid house?
Huh.
Metal ice cream. Call that Baskin Robot.
What?
It's a thing I said the other day when I was extremely sleep deprived, and I don't know what it means, but I choose to interpret it as a message from my future self.
Alright. Valid.
We got zombies and such crawling all outside. Including, again, on our roof. We need to make a hammer. Dylan, what are you fucking doing, you idiot? Whatever, if he dies, he dies.
Yeah.
I'm Drago with it. Wooden fishing pole. I didn't know that you could make fishing poles that early on in the game. Zombie is trying to open our door. What are you doing? Get out of here. Something's shooting arrows at us. What the hell is this all about? Oh no, that's... Oh, I'm dead.
Oh dear.
We're just gonna respawn, like, right on top of this, because... Oh, cool. My spawn, broke the door. Cool. And the wall. And just this whole end of the house.
Oh dear.
That's cool and good. Dylan, I swear to God, if you don't stop letting zombies into the house, I'm just gonna throw you outside. You can hang out with them out there. Combat in Terraria is pretty simplistic and consequently a little bit tedious until you start getting cooler stuff. Unfortunately. That's the house done. Just gotta like.
There's a flying eyeball threatening you.
Yeah, those are a normal part of the local ecosystem. You know what? I'll fix that in the morning.
How do they eat?
As is actually explained, their eye is also a mouth. Like they just open it up and they've got teeth in there.
What? Then how do they see?
I don't know, Shredney. I think they're like jellyfish.
Okay, that sort of. Okay, it doesn't make sense, but I'll accept it anyway.
Listen, if you're gonna try to like logic the monsters, we're gonna be here for a while. Let me know how we sound, by the way. If we're like a little bit too quiet or too loud, or well, if we're too loud, you can just turn us down at home. But too quiet is more the bigger problem. The fun thing is that you can dig up the headstones that get dropped when you die, and you can just place them around. So I'll like put that outside later. We'll get like a graveyard going over there, maybe. I don't know. It doesn't do anything, but you know, it's fun.
Yeah, I can imagine.
What we really need, like, because I got this iron. What we really want is like a way to smelt metal so we can get some more stuff going. It's got progression, you know? It's called progression, sweetheart. Look it up. Look at all these demon eyes. You looking at them, Shredney?
I'm sorry, I was just browsing through 808 State's discography.
Shredney?
I mean... Never mind.
Vacations to the 808 State are not permitted on company time. I think calling Shapes and Forms a company is the biggest joke I've ever made on this show.
Oh dear.
Which, we're not even on Shapes and Forms right now, so...
It's a cooperative, not a corporation.
Yeah, there you go. We're a not-for-profit organization. Which means that we get a bunch of tax benefits that we probably shouldn't.
We're a usufruct.
What the fuck is that?
It's an anarchism joke.
Yeah, I know anarchism jokes. I am
Specifically, it's a mutualism joke, which is to say that, like, literally 3 people will get what it means on Earth.
Yes, you know.
Also, it doesn't even make that much
PBS?
sense if you know what it means. Like, how do I explain what a usufruct is?
You suffruct these nuts. You ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about that? I'm literally just waiting for it to be morning because we can't, we don't have the firepower to go outside right now and not die. Have you ever THOT about that? It's a good question, Google. Zombie 4040. What? Hey, Shredney.
Yes.
Rank the kinds of zombie.
Okay. What do you mean?
The kinds of zombie that there are. Rank them.
Honestly, the only good kind of zombie is like the actual voodoo use of zombie.
That's false, but I will allow you to keep this belief.
Because the other kinds aren't really zombies, they're revenants, strictly speaking.
I'm gonna revenant you into next week.
And they're not even particularly good revenants.
I did not expect
to actually... There's just not a whole lot of appeal to me in the whole flesh-eating, brain-eating...
I did not expect to have actual opinions on whatever you said in response to that question. I think that zombies are fine, but the real good kind are, fungus zombies from science fiction.
Okay, that's a fair one, because that's... Well, actually, that one's really disturbing, because that's actually rooted in a thing that exists in insects.
Cordyceps fungus, but yeah. You know. Have you ever really thought about your hands? No. The fun
That is the most...
From Halo.
That is the most stoner line ever.
It's a really funny sentence, and I don't know why. I think
Have you ever really looked at your hands?
I think I might just be a stupid person, fundamentally.
I mean...
Hey, actually, Shredney, can you do me a huge favor?
What?
Can you look up how to make a furnace in Terraria? I know you need stones, but I don't know what else you need.
Furnace, Terraria. Oh, usufruct is, by the way, something that is held in common ownership.
Cool. Like cows.
Sure. let's see.
Cows? That was like a weird sideways reference to an Ed, Edd n Eddy bit. Thank you, everybody.
Terraria. The furnace is a crafting station. Used to small ores. How do you make one? Ingredients: 20 stone blocks, 4 of any wood, and 3 torches. Crafted at a workbench.
Oh, that's simple. In fact, I think we might already have everything we need in that case. Yeah, that's we're good to go there.
Okay. But yeah, like, well, specifically, usufruct is a limited real right or in rem right found in civil law that unites two kinds of property interests, that being use and the ability to derive profit from a thing possessed.
Shredney?
Yeah.
I love you, but I don't know that this is a good stream material.
I was just clarifying.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm still inordinately proud of myself for usufruct these nuts.
Oh dear lord.
Now we have an anvil and some metal. I did not mean to just make fence right now. That is really irritating, actually. Because I can't do anything with that, and also, I can't get the iron back.
But yeah, actually,
You ever just accidentally make a fence, Redney?
But I was just clarifying, is actually a usufruct is a very general law term, but it is particularly relevant to Georgism and a bunch of, like, sort of derivatives of classical liberalism and some forms of anarchism in terms of common ownership of property.
That is legitimately interesting, but now whenever I hear it, I am going to think of usufruct these nuts.
Oh dear.
Which is my problem.
So basically you're
not
saying
the world,
that, like,
but...
people... So you're basically saying that your general region is common law property.
I didn't say that.
Yes, if it's a usufruct, then
Listen.
it means that people can, you know, purchase a right to...
Is this like the most thinky way on earth to call somebody a slut?
Yes!
I don't know if I like that. I think, in fact, I don't like it. Kropotkin would laugh at usufruct these nuts. Who's Kropotkin?
Pyotr Kropotkin is the godfather of anarcho-communism.
Oh. Hey!
He had a Santa beard.
A rare mob. Which I am going to now beat the shit out of, because I'm amoral and want the money that it will drop.
What is it?
It's a tiny pink slime.
Don't kill this pink slime.
I need the money, Shredney. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism.
This isn't capitalism, this is Terraria.
There's money in Terraria, that means that it's capitalism. That's how that works.
Actually, no.
That's how that works.
There's also market socialism, Georgism.
That's how that works.
Like...
I'm very good at economic theory. This thing might actually kill me. I forgot that
actually
has like 1 billion HP.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is like, that you aren't really... The level of attrition there is very, very low. You're probably going to die trying to kill it.
I want the cash.
Just kill the other slimes. It's endangered.
The risk-reward factor, Shredney.
No. No, stop it. It's morally depraved.
Look, you want to talk about morally depraved? I can show you my fucking, like, Skype logs from a couple years ago sometime.
I'm not sure what that's a joke about.
I was hoping that would get more play than it actually did. Don't worry about it. Usufruct my soma, you cowards. Alright. I don't know what that means.
Sounds like the title
right.
of a song by a Japanese band.
I don't know that it does, Shredney.
Or like a line from... Because it sounds like English.
I don't know that it does, Shredney.
I mean, well, maybe it's because I have listened to a lot of Keiji Haino.
I think that's possible.
The titles of his albums are insane.
I think that's probably why you think that.
But it's also true that, like, you know, if you listen to enough Japanese music that has English in it by people who don't speak English, you start to get a feel for the precise flavor of nonsense.
All quartet lead to hey na 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 na. Thank you. That was the opening theme for Yozakura Quartet, a show that I don't think many people care about anymore.
Huh. I've heard of that.
It's really good, actually. I watched it like a year or two ago, and I was like, wow, this is really good. The thing I don't like about it is that it tries to, like, there's a couple parts where it tries to do, like, fake, swerves for some reason. And I don't know why. What is that sound?
I just scratched my neck.
It sounded like... I don't know what it sounded like. I'm not gonna speculate as to what it sounded like. It sounded lewd. I'm sorry to put it that way, but it did.
Lewd!
I've made this joke before, but do you think the person who first translated ecchi as lewd knew what they were doing? Do you think they knew they were going to ruin the entire American anime fan base's vocabulary for like the next 30 years?
Actually, they probably improved the American anime fan base's vocabulary, because, like, who but, like, someone old and prudy would actually use lewd as a word otherwise?
Well, that's what I mean. It makes you sound like a grandma. That's the problem.
Yes, but that's kind of what's great about it.
It's not. It's not great. It's bad. It's not a good word, Coco.
I love it.
I strongly disagree that it is a good word.
It's lewd and bawdy.
Riverdale and BoJack Horseman both come back tomorrow. Cool.
Oh, neat.
That is good news for fans of those things.
I rather enjoy BoJack Horseman.
I have been enjoying several things.
Yes, but yeah, I had to take a break from it because the finale of the second season was that emotionally taxing.
Yeah.
It's very, very upsetting. Like, Murr knows what I'm talking about.
You know what else is upsetting?
When he's in Arizona, that is fucking horrible.
You know what else is upsetting?
Uh-huh.
Most recent episode of Magia Record. But then it's not upsetting anymore.
I'm very interested to see more of that show.
You should catch up.
I will. I've been like, honestly, for a while I was like, I'm gonna be honest, I went back to being depressed enough that I wasn't able to watch things with a plot for a little bit.
Well, I hope you are able to do so soon.
I mean, same.
It's been a good season so far, actually. Anime-wise. There's been... Magia Record is probably the best thing airing right now. There's also Keep Your Hands Off Izoken, who's, like, really, really good.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, Izoken is the thing I've really had my eye on.
Yeah, Izoken was very, very good. There's also Inspector, I think, is pretty good. And there's 22/7, which is weird.
Yeah, I've been curious about Hanako-kun.
I've heard good things. I haven't watched it myself, though.
Yeah, it's same director as Hakume to Mikochi.
Ah, yeah.
Kind of like a similar, like, you know, it's got the moving manga aesthetic, but it's done really, really well, and it's very pretty.
Yeah, I mean, the only real reason I'm not watching that is because, like, 4 seasonals is kind of a lot when I'm writing about all of them, at least intermittently. I don't know if I
Valid.
don't know if I mentioned this on stream. I now do weekly recaps of Magia Record on Geek Girl Authority.
Oh yeah, I mean, I kind of gathered that from you posting them.
Yeah, you should.
But like,
People should
yeah,
read them when they are caught up with the episodes in question.
yeah. I was gonna say the only reason why I haven't is that
Yeah.
I'm not caught up yet,
Yeah.
and it's like, you know, I want to have like a cushion of a couple of episodes to binge,
All right.
just because of the way that I
I
watch
will
things
say
like that.
the most recent episode kind of concluded a small arc.
Oh, neat.
So there is reason to watch soon if you are so inclined.
Neat.
But what else was I going to say? Oh yeah, what's this about? Go back to Pennsylvania Dutch. Go, you're not American. You live in fucking, like, Dresden or something. It's probably not actually Dresden. I just don't remember where in Germany you do live. What I was gonna say is, I need to catch up on 22/7 because that show is odd. You heard about that?
Oh yeah, that's the one that's like about the kooky idol stan.
No, that's that one is called "If My Favorite Idol Made It to Bokodan, I Would Die," which is quite a mouthful. Quite a mouthful of a title, and also that show.
You mean Budokan?
Budokan, yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
Also,
22/7. No, wait. What is 22/7 again?
Also, that Budokan show is not very good. But
yeah.
22/7 is also an idol series, but I'm gonna spoil the big twist of the first episode. So if you are out there and you haven't watched yet and you want to, plug your ears. The plot device in 22/7 is that they're not just an idol group because they like want to be. There's a giant wall made of marble that the Japanese government is taking orders from for some reason. We don't know why yet. Yeah, I'm not fucking with you. That is part of the plot. And And the first thing it told them to do was to make an idol group with several specific people. Like the main character is not really she doesn't really join the group because she wants to. She's basically forced into it.
She's forced into it by a giant speaking wall of marble.
The best part is that the wall doesn't actually talk. It spits out orders on little fucking punch cards.
That's okay. That's still great. Actually, that's even better.
It's just that episode of Rick and Morty. Don't ever compare anything I like to Rick and Morty ever again. I'm kidding, but she's not literally forced into it, but she tries to tell them that she's not interested. The implication is that the main character, who has a soul-crushing job at a convenience store, wants to be a musician, not an idol. And she tries. Basically, she tells them to fuck off and that she's not interested, and then immediately afterwards she loses her job at the grocery store or the convenience store, and she's supporting her mom who is sick and also her sister, so now she's out of a job and she is forced to do idol thing. It's a very strange show because what it seems like it's trying to do is to, like, Evangelion the, like, peppy girl group genre.
That is a strange motivation.
And, well, the thing is, 22-7 is also a real idol group that the show is made to promote.
Oh.
Are you familiar with Sally Amaki? What's the reason for what occasion we're on? But, are you familiar with Sally Amaki, Shredney? The celebrity?
I am not.
She is a bilingual American-Japanese, not Japanese-American, other way around.
Wait a second, I think I have.
Yeah, she's
maybe heard of this person.
She's an idol, I think also like a professional actress. She's popular on the internet because she's bilingual, and people think that's fun, which it is. But she plays a character in the show.
Huh.
Yeah, because, like, the thing that's weird to me is the obvious, right? Like, this show has to support the idol group, the actual idol group somehow, or else it wouldn't have been made. But
hey,
also,
how do you get back up?
I'm gonna make platforms that I can jump on.
Okay.
Here, check it out. See?
Oh.
Yeah. Just make like a little staircase. I'm very boring in Terraria. I prefer to just mine straight down. Which is actually like viable and fairly safe in this game most of the time. But yeah, like it's a really weird show because obviously it has to support the idol group somehow, or else it wouldn't exist. Like, it wouldn't have gotten funded. But also, it starts with this, like, really dark tone. And I just have no idea where they're gonna go with it. Like, are they gonna try to be, like, actually, the giant marble wall is correct, actually? Like, is that what the end game is? Because that seems pretty weird, if so.
But then, what does that imply?
Yeah, like, I don't know. I have no idea.
What is it implying about the giant marble wall?
Yeah,
what is the giant marble wall?
Because, like, the giant marble wall is obviously very sinister, but, like...
Also, why is it trying to found an idol group?
Exactly, like, it's only questions at this point. Like, I have to watch the second episode, which I'm probably going to do after we're done streaming, but it apparently doesn't really clear anything up, which, I mean, is fine, because it's only 2 episodes out of 12. The occasion for the stream is just I wanted to stream and Shredney was around.
Uh-huh.
So we are now talking about anime while I do, you know, relatively mundane tasks in Terraria.
But yeah, like, I am also modestly curious about ID Invaded because apparently it is it's either written by or is based on something written by a really strange early, like, light novel author.
I had heard about that. That's another one of those ones where, like, in a week or season, I probably would have picked it up just out of curiosity, but there's so much good stuff going on this season that I just don't have the time.
Yeah, that's understandable. But yeah, it's apparently basically that movie The Cell, but it's an anime series.
The Dragon Ball movie, yeah.
Why do you do this to me, Jane? Why must I suffer?
Why must I suffer? No, but yeah, it seemed interesting. I've heard mixed things. Apparently, like, the big truly terrible show of the season thus far is Plunderer, if you're looking for something that's just, like, actual garbage to watch, which, if you are,
Plunderer?
I won't judge you. Plunderer.
Plunderer. No, I mean, I got the title. What is it about? What is it?
Like, you familiar with Infinity Train?
Okay, yeah.
The
I'm
the
vaguely
whole
familiar.
okay, well the whole
I
conceit
know
of,
it exists.
the whole conceit of that show. Actually, no, never mind. Let me just start over. I don't need to make this comparison because Infinity Train's actually very good. Plunderer, the conceit of the world is that everybody has a number somewhere on their body that goes up when they do a certain thing. And, like, your status in society is sort of dictated by how high your number is. Now, this sounds, on the surface, vaguely interesting. But
Your status is determined by a number they stick on you.
well, no, just everybody has them, and
I know, but then
yeah, they go up based on something. Like the main characters though is that hers goes up whenever she walks 10 kilometers, which
okay,
is just like
sure.
the thing. Like the other thing is that like your number going down is bad, but you can't unwalk distance. So like just from the jump, it completely undercuts its own world building device, which is always a good sign. There's something going on over here. I'm gonna break this wall. And like I'm enjoying these prisoner references, Murr, just so you know. But like it's apparently like apparently a lot of the problems it has are pretty stock for bad light novel adaptions, where it's like gross and rapey, I guess.
Ew.
But, like
yeah,
like there's one character whose number is on her boob and goes up whenever she gets compliments. So it's just like,
oh dear.
Okay, like I get it. Like it's the kind of thing that.
Oh, also, I was really tempted to just say, "Shut up, number 12."
It's the sort of thing that seems like it would be mildly interesting in the hands of somebody who cared to explore the premise at any length, but like I guess they just kind of go out of their way to actively undercut themselves constantly, which is not really a great thing to do when you're...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's one of those.
Sometimes the answer is don't.
Wow, we got a big old cavern down here.
1-800-DON'T.
Hello, Heinz. Ooh. Big old cavern. See, this is the part of Terraria I like. You stumble upon these,
Actually, I'm just gonna look at the list of, stuff that's come out this season on Analyst.
Let's rank the anime that I either am watching or haven't checked out because I don't have enough time.
Alrighty. Like, let's see. Okay, where's the... How do I even...
And drive Marone off because we're talking about seasonals.
Oh, no.
I'm kidding.
Okay, let's see. This is the winter season.
Yes.
Of 2020.
Yes.
And, okay, winter 2020. So there's new Haikyuu, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
There's more Certain Scientific Railgun. Sure.
I might actually watch that at some point. I don't like Index that much, but I like Railgun because, fuck, I've forgotten her name. Misaka? The main character. She's cool, and I like her power. It's way more interesting than the guy from Raildex's, which is just that he has basically anti-magic. It's kind of boring, right? Anti-magic? I think so, anyway.
Yeah, although I do find it kind of interesting that part of the whole thing is that the the reason why he's remotely interesting anybody with the anti-magic thing is it doesn't seem to work by either the weird science bullshit rules or by conventional magic rules, which is kind of fun.
Thank you for the cheer.
Okay, so
LOL yay.
Somali and the Forest Spirit.
I saw the first episode of that. I thought it was cute, but like
Yeah.
it didn't really grab me that much.
Yeah, it looks cute. Inspector, you've mentioned you're watching it.
Yeah, Inspector's pretty good.
It doesn't really seem like my cup of tea. Magia Record, of course.
Magia Record is like actually great, yeah.
Belfry has like I am acquainted with its sort of conceit, and it seems reasonably funny, but
it's another one of those ones where I think what you want to be looking for if you watch that is like cute, basically.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it's really got anything else.
It's fluff.
Yeah.
Isekai Quartet 2, no.
No thanks, yeah.
ID Invaded, I have already talked about that. Interspecies reviewers,
Ooh, no.
I'm morbidly curious.
It's apparently just like... Familiar with the term bro humor? Kind of just that in anime form, I think. These nuts. Thank you, Mer.
Oh yeah, still haven't seen the Made in Abyss Edo Front arc film. People seem to be dissatisfied with it for some reason, going by the ratings here, but at the same time...
Don't know enough about Made in Abyss to comment. Yeah.
I don't trust these numbers.
You're looking on Anichart?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Analyst.
Yeah, Anichart is part of Analyst.
I know, Anichart, Analyst, same deal.
Eugene Merchant survived. Cool.
But yeah, this I don't know when it's being brought over to the US actually.
Probably sometime next year. That tends to be how that works.
No, in this case they actually bring they've brought over the Made in Abyss recap films pretty quickly.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, like within a few months. So I'm gonna
maybe summer?
Or actually the last time it was it debuted, the previous recap films, they debuted in Japan and one of them debuted in January and came over here in March. So,
Yo, this guy's selling a sickle. I'm gonna buy it.
So, fingers crossed on that. Let's see. There's science fell in love, so I tried to prove it.
That is apparently really bad.
Yeah, it looks I've seen things about it, and it looks dumb.
To be slightly fair, those were opinions that I heard about the manga. I don't know if the anime improves on the source material somehow, but
yeah,
I'm guessing it doesn't.
Room Camp, which is the Yuru Camp spin-off.
Yes, not to be bitter, it's kind of criminal that got a spin-off before Plays Further Than the Universe did, but people know how I feel about this subject, I feel like.
Shrug. Smile Down the Runway, which is it's essentially
a fashion series, yeah.
It's a shonen sports series about being a fashion model who is short but very determined.
I have heard nothing at all about that show, which I don't know.
The one or two people I saw talking about it seemed to like it.
Yeah, it was one of those things where I think it probably just isn't getting much play because of the extremely niche premise.
Yeah, it's
it's gonna be what happens.
This is the kind of thing that people who like Welcome to the Ballroom will probably gravitate towards. I expect that it's a shonen series, but it's about something very unshonen-y.
There's one about method acting 2, which
Ooh,
I don't know
neat.
if that's ever going to get an anime, but if it does, I kind of suspect the reaction will be similar.
Dorohedoro, yeah.
I should really check that out, but
I'm gonna watch that.
I'm so pressed for time.
Koisuru Asteroid.
I watched the first episode of that. Didn't do it for me.
It looks cute.
It did. It is cute. I will give it that it's cute. The thing that bothered me about that show was they got a side character who is basically like a really old Yuri manga stereotype, and it bothered me. Which is like a nitpicky reason to be bothered by something.
What is the side character is like? What specific Yuri manga stereotype?
So she's the one who gets uber overprotective if the main character shows interest in dudes but tries to pair her up with another girl. It's just kind of creepy. I don't like it.
Oh, so the shipper on deck,
as they used to say in the old country, yeah.
Oh dear lord. Let's see. Darwin's Game sounds real bad. I'm not gonna bother with that.
I've actually read some of the manga for Darwin's Game. It's not very
Oh no,
good.
how bad is it?
The worst thing about it is that it's not bad in a funny way. It's just not very interesting.
Seton Academy, join the pack. Oh yeah, that's the one with the like animal girls, but all the guys are like more
the furry
actually animally.
cowards. Yeah.
Furry cowards.
Yeah.
Like you go all the way.
Yeah. People.
Bitch,
people,
you go all the way.
People probably know that I don't engage with that kind of media really, but if you're going to make something for that crowd, you should like commit.
Yeah, go the, well, actually, now I'm just thinking of Beastars, which, they're straight up just all animal people.
That's what I mean. Like, pick one or the other.
You fucking commit, or you go with they're all, like,
Nekakamini, or Kemonomini,
cat girls and cat boys shit.
What's the term for...
Nekomimi.
Nekomimi, there you go.
Well, kimono mimi is the more general term.
Kimono mimi, yeah.
You either go kimono mimi or just straight kimono.
Half and half is cowardice.
It is cowardice. Unless, you have it, mixed up so that, it isn't divided by gender.
If it's just random on both sides, that's also fine. But you need to pick...
Yeah, that's valid.
You need to pick an egalitarian method.
Yeah, otherwise it's cowardice.
Yes.
You need to satisfy the need for sexy wolf boys. Let's get real. Nekopara. Oh no.
That's another one that's apparently in contention for worst premiere of the season. The thing with that is that it's basically just softcore porn. So
well, without the sex. That's the thing. Is that
that's what I mean.
It's just it's porn without the porn.
It's one of those things that is made solely for an audience that has a single specific fetish, and I guess if you're one of those people, then more power to you, question mark?
But then you would just play the visual novel.
I guess. I don't know.
It has the visual novel.
Is it based on a visual novel?
Yeah, or an eroge of some sort. Yeah, I think it's a visual novel specifically. And it was also a visual novel made by a woman. So if you are in that niche of lesbians who are super into cat girls in a kind of weird way, then... Yeah,
apparently,
it's
I'm not trying to kink shame, but there is apparently a fairly lengthy digression about how the cat girls mark their territory. Which is just kinda nasty, in my opinion.
I mean, there's a lot. Apparently, I recall like some people recapping it were talking. It's like they are basically cats, and
Yeah,
it's kind of awkward
it's just
and off-putting.
It's very strange. We're talking
then
about seasonal anime.
There's the
Go-Go, and we got to Nekopara, which is that.
okay. There's Budokan again.
Yeah,
which,
that I saw the first episode of that, and I was extremely off put. I think that in general, people are sort of too hard on anime for being quote-unquote creepy, but that is one of the few I've watched where I was like, this is actually, like...
creepy.
Gross. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and it's hard... Yeah, like the impression I got from, like some guys were talking about, like, watching various seasonal things, and it was like, you know, the sort of thing was, I was into it when I thought that it was intentionally being weird like that.
It's not.
But then I realized it wasn't.
Yeah.
And then that it went from...
I
and then
also,
I don't know how to process it now.
I also had that slow dawning revelation over the course of the episode, like, oh, it's serious.
Yeah, because the thing is that if it were being critical, then that would
That's
be kind of interesting.
Or if like the two leads were on a more even playing field somehow. Like, I don't know. A thing that I one of my wants, I am very critical of one-way parasocial relationships. And that's literally what that show is about, and portrays it as, like, a good and fun thing.
Okay, 22-7, we've already talked about that, and
is
I'm curious now.
Nekopara bad? I would say so, Go-Go, but... You know.
Yeah, I don't know about the actual visual novel, which, again,
show,
it's straight up porn.
Yeah.
And, apparently it's like, if you're into that sort of thing, the visual novel it will satisfy that interest. But,
satisfy that interest.
Like, the art is cute.
I knew what you meant. It was just...
It's like...
The phrasing was very funny to
like,
me.
Like, the character designs are cute.
Yeah. Hey, a chest.
I'm a fan of
Shredney.
Kimono Mimi characters.
Shredney, I found a treasure chest.
Ooh, let me see.
Violent guide to plant fiber cordage. +4 melee speed allows the collection of vine rope from vines. Why, yes,
neat.
I will take this. Got some
there is a swimming slime underneath that thingamajig down there.
And I'm not gonna fuck with it because I cannot take an ice slime right now.
Ice slime.
Mm-hmm. If you'll notice, this is like ice biome over here. It's like changing into the winter.
Okay,
biome.
cool.
I always seem to spawn pretty close to that when I get into this game, and I never know why.
There is nothing wrong with porn. We're just saying.
No, no. What I was saying is that the show seems bad because it's like porn, but nothing actually happens. So like
it's porn without the porn.
It just strikes me as sort of pointless.
Yeah. Okay. Pat, I have that as something that I might start watching because I like the screenwriter for it.
Pet is apparently very strange.
But it seems, and like everything I'm hearing about it is, wow, this is bizarre. Infinite Dendrogram I'm hearing is
meh. Yeah, it's
it could be worse.
I prayed for an end to the isekai boom, and now it seems like we're going back to VR MMO shows.
Which,
it's just the same thing!
Then there's Plunderer, which you already were like, oh, this is not good.
Very bad, yeah. Alright, that's just where the snow starts.
The Case Files of Jewel Richard, I don't care.
Ooh, boy. Oh, boy.
The Ooh Boy is about what?
I'm having a little bit of a situation in the game right now. You see that thing down there?
Oh.
Zombie
Yeah.
in a snow coat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I've fallen beneath the ice.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Yes, actually, though. Okay. Place some platforms. Okay, I'm good. Now I just need to kill this somehow. Okay, we're good.
Woo!
Alright.
This seems like a lot of fun.
It's a good game. I enjoy Terraria.
But, yeah, so what I was saying is, like, the case files of Jewel are, like, it doesn't seem awful or anything, but I don't care.
Yeah, you know.
There's a Pokemon ONA by, Colorito.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I should check that out. Like, That's probably something. I think the episodes are really short, right? It's like 5-minute episodes or something.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. Sorceress Stabber Orphan.
So that is interesting. Because
It's a remake of a 90s anime.
Yeah, it's an adaptation of like one of the first light novels.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, like one of the real early ones.
Isn't it kind of like I vaguely remember hearing about Orphan, and it's like kind of not exactly. It seems kind of like Gennaro epic fantasy.
I think it's pretty like stock fantasy shonen.
Like not quite like high fantasy, but like epic fantasy where there's not necessarily a lot of magic, but it's like the Conan the Barbarian school.
Yeah, I think that's basically all that's going on with that one. Which why
okay,
not?
I don't know a whole lot about Yatagame-chan Kansatsu Niki.
Don't even know what that is.
I'm not sure. What is it? It's a short.
Read the description.
Okay, it's just the second season of this. Oh, wait, this one is the one about, this kid who moves, to, Aichi from Tokyo, who meets a girl who has a very heavy Nagoya dialect, and learns about Nagoya, and he's a photographer, and she's kind of obnoxious. I remember a little bit about this. It apparently exists. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's
like,
also
it's one of those tourism promotion shows, but not quite.
Yeah. There's also that one about the girl that takes up photography after the earthquake aired this season, but it didn't get serialized by anywhere, so I haven't been able to watch it.
Natsunagu?
Yes.
I've been meaning to watch that. That seems really cool.
I think somebody is fan subbing it, so I can get on it if I wanted to.
I'll look into that, yeah.
It's a matter of having time. The other thing that had that fate befall it, tragically, is Zenimzard the animation.
Ooh, yeah, the card game show?
The fucking bonkers card game show. I heard from somebody...
Wait, you were telling me about Hatena Illusion.
Yeah, Hatena Illusion is not very good.
Bad, yeah. And main character has a cute design, but...
He does. I should watch the second episode, I guess, just to give it a fairer shake.
Yeah, but we went on that whole epic rant thing at looking at the staff of the show and being like, oh no.
Yeah.
Like, it has oh no flags all over it. A3, season spring and summer.
That's not the season that it currently is.
A3, that's the one that's, with the, pretty actor boys.
Not familiar, but...
And this girl is their manager now, I guess. And also, Yakuza loan sharks are involved in this? What the fuck?
I thought I heard the mushroom music for a second, but I don't think I actually did.
Okay, so, Uchitama, which is, it's actually a soft it's a reboot of sorts, reimagining of an older show which, you know how Sanrio has characters?
Sure.
It's sort of a different thing, different company, but like that they, that they had these various sort of like little dog and cat characters that, go on adventures and things. And there was an anime of that back in the 90s. This is reimagining them as Kimono Mimi characters.
Huh.
But sometimes they're also the original, like, super simplistic kids show characters, and it's weird. I mean,
sounds like something.
Some of the redesigns are cute, but the originals are actually cuter. Natsunagu is on here. Let's see. Show by Rock, the new season of that. Apparently, it is not as well animated as previous seasons, so for people who actually were watching that, that's unfortunate.
What is Show by Rock?
Show by Rock is, although apparently, like, actually the premise makes slightly more sense. Show by Rock is, like, it's like, I think, is it a Sanrio connected thing? I can't remember. It, like, so there are, again with the Kimono Mimi characters, playing instruments. They form a band. There's some CGI animation, but it's actually apparently pretty good CGI, at least in the original.
I
had a couple of sequels. This is the latest sequel.
This is tangential, but I remembered it because we keep talking about Kimono Mini. Saw a guy the other day post a really long paranoid rant about how furries are taking over anime, and I thought it was really funny.
I mean, the furries have always been there. Osamu Tezuka drew some wild shit on his spare time.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
some of which was published, by the way. Boggy was made into an OVA.
As far as
back in the 80s.
As far as like public influence, stuff like that goes in and out. I don't think it's really worth engaging with what he was actually saying. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Like, you have to be, it's not my preference, but you have to be pretty sheltered to think that furries are, like, weird.
Like, yeah, I mean, as observed many ages ago by the contentious comic book commentator Colin Spacewinks, was like, when they were younger, they came to like the dawning realization with like the whole period when something awful were really obsessed with furries in a negative way.
Yeah.
Like that, they just really don't like queer people, do they?
I mean,
and that's usually
that's part of it, definitely. I have always been wary of being like, furries and queer people. There's like 1-to-1, because there are many. Yeah, no, I know that's not what you're saying, but like, there definitely are many queer furries, but there's also many who are like very anti-queer.
Well, so, not many. It was more like there's a portion of it. There are also like furries who happen to be queer but are also very right-wing.
Well, that's a whole
other thing.
That's a whole kettle of fish.
Yeah, like the thing
and we don't have time to get into all that.
Oh yeah, like I could go off about right-wing furries, but there aren't
log cabin furries. What?
No, they're more like channery.
Look at that old sensei. Do you mean the merchant, Eugene? But yeah, I don't know. People are weird. Like,
okay, what the fuck is this? It's called A Destructive God Sits Next to Me.
I've heard that that's basically like Outburst Dreamer Boys from last season, but not as good.
I mean, it has some cute character designs.
Sure.
Kinda. They're not like great, but they're cute. And I guess it's like, sure. Oh, Michael Offenbarung Dunkelheit. Okay, if you're gonna like name yourself some like Germanic black metal bullshit, then that's pretty good.
You know.
That he claims that removing his eye patch will release a dark alter ego called Michael Offenbarung.
See, the thing is, like,
oh dear.
Again, Outburst Dreamer Boys did this exact thing last season, and that show actually had, like, a solid emotional core, which this apparently doesn't.
Yeah.
It's mostly just like, look at these weirdos.
I should get eventually to Outburst Dream Boys. It looks cute.
It's a good show.
Number 24 is a Pretty Boys Do Rugby show.
Nice.
Oda Cinnamon Nobunaga is Oda Nobunaga, but with dogs.
I have heard that show is kind of one note, but I guess that's
I can imagine. I can imagine. Okay, Breakers.
That's a sports anime, isn't it?
Yeah. It's about Paralympic athletes.
Oda Nobunaga.
Oda Nobunaga, indeed.
Oda Nobunaga.
Kute Dragons. It's about a dragon hunter in an airship.
I saw the trailer for that and thought that it looked ugly as sin, so I didn't watch it.
I'm not surprised. Wait a second, Polygon, aren't they one of the...
It's Polygon Pictures. They're the ones that do, like, every CGI show that gets picked up by Netflix.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, that... Yeah, their style of CG does not appeal to me.
One of the This Week in Anime people said that their shows tend to look like wet concrete, and I think that's a very fair description.
Oh, dear.
Which works for some of the things that they work on, but not most.
Yeah. Okay, Island of the Giant Insect.
That is a horror film. And it is apparently really, really bad.
Yeah, it's
an adaptation of an old, like, horror / hentai manga, which
I was about
should tell you where it's coming from.
Action, drama, ecchi, horror, mystery, thriller.
One of those ones.
That's amazing.
One of those ones that's just like, well, why don't we just throw every genre that exists at the wall?
Okay, there is apparently a Goblin Slayer movie. Well, a Shirobako movie. That's less revolting by far.
Yeah,
I would watch that whenever I finish Shirobako, which say when I start Shirobako.
It's there's Goblin Slayer apologists in the world. I'm not one of them. I think it's basically just a not very good dark fantasy series.
Yeah, it's like, apparently, to my understanding, if you chopped off, like, the first episode, then it probably would get a lot less flack, but it would also be, like, less talked about, period.
It, like, I've read some of the manga, and, like, Goblin Slayer is one of the manga with, like, the most appropriate titles, because that's basically all it's about. There's really not anything else that happens in it.
Like, apparently the light novels are fine.
I don't know.
The manga is
the light
not
novels,
great.
The light novels I am put off of just because the author is apparently one of those I'm gonna put the balls back in fantasy people.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, it's like to my understanding, from, like, people who've watched it and seem to, either like it or be just, like, neutral on it, is that the appeal of it is that, okay, like, and they'll admit that the first episode is not a good introduction, and it's not good in general, is that it is very over the top, kind of tongue-in-cheek, and it's just, you basically watch it to see how ludicrous things can get.
It's just Berserk with, like, a weird semi-ironic
Yeah, it's like, it's like, well, no, Berserk is actually a lot
good. Yeah, no, I know.
grisly. Well, good, but also grisly and fucked up. Berserk gets real fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, but what I guess I mean is that it seems like very surface level dark fantasy.
Yeah, it's like, it just, I mean, it seems
any
like
other franchises into things.
Like, the thing is that if they hadn't gone there in the fucking first episode, it's like, it would mostly probably be remembered as, it's a romp where a guy blows up goblins.
I guess.
And he doesn't have a whole lot of personality beyond that, and that's kind of the joke.
It seems like it's one of those things that's for people who like the idea of a genre, in this case dark fantasy, but not actually the genre itself.
Fair enough.
And I have very little respect for work like that.
Yeah. Okay, so there's apparently an OVA for Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon coming out.
You know, what's weird is I've heard that show is, like, alright.
Yeah, it's like, it has an audience, and that's fine. And, there are, like, little cuts of it that I've seen that looked cute.
I think the main, like, the character writing is much stronger than you would expect, is the thing that I hear about it.
Yes, and also there is the Hestia is Bestia meme.
Yeah, I mean, some people, obviously, are just going to watch it because Hestia is cute, which is fine, but...
And, I mean, there is that, like, the famous gif of them dancing while brushing their teeth, which is adorable.
Yeah.
Bang Dream has a third season, and I don't know anyone who cares about Bang Dream, so...
Yeah, you do.
Good for them.
Yeah, you do.
I do?
Win
is the one person who cares about Bang Dream. Okay.
There's lots of people that like Bang Dream. It's like... It's one of the things that's, like, running up to try to take the crown from Idolmaster and Love Live. The reason you think that nobody cares about it is because you don't have many friends who like those kinds of shows.
That's fair.
I kind of...
Yes.
I've actually... this is, like, on a non-seasonal note, I've been watching Idolmaster, the 2011 series. I think it's pretty good. Like...
Yeah, okay.
I have been told that the later parts of Idolmaster, like, get, like, amazing. And I intend to keep watching. I'm only on the 8th episode, which I thought was really fun. The 8th episode of the series involves... Idolmaster 2011 is probably the best Idol show. See, I hear stuff like that very often. That's kind of what I meant. Hey, a magic wand. But,
apparently there... it's a shame that... what is it called? That, Mom Sakai turned out to be bad.
That show has such fucking weird optics, and I hate saying that, because it feels sort of like a non-criticism to me most of the time.
Yeah.
But, like, the central problem with, do you love your mom and her multi-targeted 2-hit attacks, which is its actual
Which is a good title.
Is that it's about the relationship between a mom and her son, which is fine. And the mom is attractive. That's also fine. What is a problem is that because the show is about both of them, they need to be together pretty much most of the time. So whenever a big titty moment happens, her son is also there, and the way they choose to deal with this is by having him like yell in embarrassment, and it's just very strange. Like,
so there is an upcoming.
you didn't get any of that, did you?
Is that okay? Repeat the last thing that you said.
I was just talking for like 5 minutes straight.
No, I mean no, the last part of what you said, because I heard most of what you said.
It's just like whenever they have a fan service moment, as they call them, happen.
Yeah.
The kid is also there because the show's about both of them.
Which is awkward as fuck.
Well, not even that, but like they try to like lean into the awkwardness in like a winky way by having the kid like freak out, and it just doesn't work. It's just weird and uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know what I think would have been a much better premise is they just drop the kid entirely. Like the kid can still exist, but he doesn't get isekai, his mom does. And then it's like then it's like, I need to return to the real world so I can hug my son. I think that's a very good show. That they were like 2 steps away from making, and they didn't do it.
I mean, there's a distinct possibility that such a show will come to exist in this great isekai deluge.
I think that's on the way out, and I don't think that's just wishful thinking. I think it's starting to slow down.
Fair. Okay, there is a film called The Clouds Gather, or rather it's Saizuru Tori wa Habatakanai, The Clouds Gather, which is a gay romance show involving a bodyguard and his CEO boss, and it's done by a studio I've never heard of called Grizzly.
They're new. That's why you've never heard of them.
I'm not surprised.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know a fact about Grizzly?
What?
I'm not fucking with you because I read this in a Sakuga blog article about new anime studios. MM gay romance is all they do.
That explains why they're called that. Oh, I was gonna make that joke, but no, it's true. That's so great.
Yeah, that's literally that's why they're called that.
Okay, I am adding this to my planning to watch.
I don't know if the show is
out of
actually
curiosity.
Good, but that is.
I don't care. I'm just curious.
That's fair, but like that's the gist. Is...
I mean, I also know that there's a distinct possibility, more than a distinct possibility, that several other things that I'm at least slightly curious about will be very, very bad.
That's fair.
I already told you that I have perversely dedicated myself to watching at least one episode of Interspecies Reviewers.
Please don't hurt yourself.
But I will survive.
All right.
That's the thing. I'm very resilient.
Hey.
Yeah.
But that's all that Grizzly does. Like their foundational mission statement was like, we are only going to adapt guy on guy gay romance shows,
that's
like properties.
That's so fucking good.
That's their whole shebang.
That's wonderful. Also, it's an S&M relationship. Spicy.
Don't call it spicy. Nah, but yeah. So if you're looking for that kind of thing, you should keep an eye on that studio.
Yeah,
Nothing
and I mean, but it's just like the visual of like the the image with the bodyguard, and like and the name of the studio, Grizzly, being there, and it's like, well, I don't know if I would call him a bear because he doesn't have a beard, but he is a large man.
It's the name of the show. The name of the studio is almost certainly intentional. Yeah,
I know.
They
it's
were one of
intentional.
3 new studios profiled in that article. The other 2 were Studio Durian and Revo.Root, both of whom have. Actually, I don't know about Durian, but Revo Root, their first original series is coming out this year. They have worked previously on the Saga of Tanya the Evil, which is a bad show, but not because of how it looks. And their original is a Decadence, which is coming out at some point this year.
Wait, I have heard that name.
Probably from me, because I saw the trailer when it came out and thought it looked amazing.
Oh, there's an OVA for Akka coming out.
What's Akka?
It's an adaptation of a manga by, I believe, Natsume Ono. And it came out a few years ago, and people, like, you know, it was generally well regarded. But, let's see. Yeah, Natsume Ono, also responsible for, I believe, House of Five Leaves.
That's one of those shows that I've heard of, but I don't know, like, anything about it. But, Shredney, I just had a revelation, Shredney.
What?
This is yet another stream that you and I have done where we just talked about anime for, like...
I mean, yeah.
A while.
Oh, yeah, Natsume Ono, she has written, she also wrote, in addition to House of Five Leaves, she also wrote and illustrated, Ristorante Paradiso.
Okay.
And she also, writes BL stories under the pseudonym Basso.
Basso?
Yeah.
That's pretty boss, yo. I am executed by Shredney's mind lasers.
Let's see. Apparently the woman who wrote the manga that Shogen Roku Rakugo Shinju is based on was primarily a BL author.
You ever think about how there's basically 2 anime about Rakugo and they are the most different things possible?
Oh, you mean like Joshiraku and Shogen Roku Rakugo Shinju?
I fucking love Joshiraku. I think that show is extremely underrated.
Yeah, it's a isn't it a Shaft thing?
That might be true. I
Yeah,
don't
Joshiraku.
I don't think so.
Joshiraku.
Maybe it is.
Yeah.
I forget what studio that is. I want to say that was the JC staff, but that sounds wrong.
Joshiraku is... Yeah, it is a JC.
Okay, I should trust myself more often, I guess.
It was originally created... Oh, I was confused because it's based on a manga by Koji Komeda, is best known for... Do you know this?
I only got like half of what you said, sorry.
I got confused because it's actually based on a manga by Koji Kometa. Do you know what else Koji Kometa has done?
Is that the, Hold on, the title will come to me. Zetsu something sensei?
Yes! Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei.
Yeah.
Which is...
Hey, do you know how that manga ends? We might have discussed this on stream once before.
I don't think so.
Do you care if I spoil it for you?
Go for it.
He moves to an island and starts a cult with all of the schoolgirls, and they all marry him.
That is unsurprising.
That is the ending of the manga. Also, it turns out that one of the characters has been dead the entire time, and, she's able to possess the other schoolgirl because she was an organ donor, and by coincidence, they all got one of her organs. And that character's name is Kafuka, which is a reference to Kafka.
Oh, Kafka is a ghost?
Like a demon ghost. who can possess other people.
That makes so much sense.
And if you watch...
While kind of making no sense.
If you watch the show... Actually, I don't know if this is true of the show, but it's definitely true of the manga. She is never in a shot with all of the other girls.
That makes so much sense.
Because she's possessing one of them in order to be there.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that's
Janet.
so good. That's so
it's
fucking
something.
good.
I don't know if I'd use the word good.
No, I've watched enough of Zetsubo Sensei that, like, granted, it is not always my cup of tea. Like, sometimes I need to, like, take a break from it for a while. Like, trying to watch multiple episodes of Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei in a row is, like, an endurance test. But, in small doses, it is very enjoyable. But, like, that makes the most perverse kind of sense, and I love it.
Does it make sense?
No, I mean, like, within the context of that show, it does.
Alright. I have not seen very much of it, and it didn't...
It's really good and really fucking weird.
I don't know if I'd like it. It seems like one of those things, like...
Yeah.
You know,
its style
like,
of humor is
like
very,
it kind of reminds
harsh.
me of some of Dauman Simon's more comedic stuff, but
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, kind of. It's really it's kind of mean-spirited.
Yeah, and I don't really like that. It's the thing.
That's totally fair.
Snowball cannon?
Snowball cannon?
Snowball cannon.
Snowball cannon.
Snowball cannon.
But yeah, like...
I have one of those now.
Yeah, Koji Kameda is very... Like, his work is very cynical.
Yeah, I mean...
And that...
It was kind of like a whole... I don't know if I'd use the term artistic movement, but sort of a whole general vibe. Like, there's a spectrum, right? Of people who write, like, weird, like, sideways takes on school life stuff.
And
at one end, you've got Subana, who is the author of The Wanderings of Girls Group 7, which is a very strange manga, but is also, you know, tonally very much in line with the usual slice of life idealism. And then a little bit to the left of that, you've got, like, you've got Dauman Simon, and a little bit to the left of that, you've got the Sumire 16 guy, whose name I don't remember off the top of my head. And then somewhere way over on the other end, you have Zetsubo Sensei.
Like, so you're saying that it's like that it like
also Imitation Crystal is in there somewhere too.
Like, so you can't think of anyone who would, like, so you're saying that it's, like, unusually cynical even by those standards?
I mean, like, I don't think that most of the stuff by the people I listed is particularly cynical. The only author who strikes me as being kind of that way is Imitation Crystal, who is very obscure in the West because she's a doujinka. But some of her stuff is very, very cynical. There's a thing called Game Club, which is like takes the structure of a school life comedy based around like a club, and the twist, such that it is that like everyone in the club has, to the audience, not each other, very apparent crippling depression.
Oh.
It's a weird manga. I do like it, but it's very upsetting sometimes.
I mean, I can imagine.
Like there's this bit where the club president like talks about this game that she played that she really liked, and the other club members hunt it down and play it, and it turns out to be this like super dark, like weird Yume Nikki style thing where you're like an evil knight that murders innocent people.
That's wonderful.
It's a very odd manga, and then she tries to defend it by being like, well, you know, games influence people. Like if there was a game that, you know, told you not to do a violence, that would be good, because it would be giving you a positive life message. And then she just kind of stops in the middle of this train of thought because she realizes that there are not many games like that. At least it's implied that that's why she stops. It doesn't. The manga doesn't really go out of its way to explain anything. A lot of Imitation Crystal's work is very open to interpretation, but it does also. A lot of it strikes me as very cynical and probably written from a place of experience.
Yeah, like, yeah, it's somebody who's had a lot of very bad days.
Yeah, you know, there's a plot in another one of their things, Black Sludge Hidoro-san, which I actually really like that. But again, it takes it out of you to read it. Where there's this character who is introduced as, like, you know, the quirky teacher, which is a very stock character in those kinds of stories, because this is another one that kind of takes the vague shape of a school life comedy. And the main characters find out that she doesn't actually work for the school that they go to.
Okay.
And their principal is like, can you figure out what this lady's deal is, because she might be dangerous. And it turns out that actually she experiences vivid waking hallucinations and is actively delusional.
Oh
and
dear.
Her character arc ends with her snapping out of her delusions and disappearing.
I'm looking this person up. Imitation Crystal.
It's a very... Did you hear anything that I just said?
Yes,
okay.
Like that there's
okay, yeah,
this
just checking.
strange delusional person wandering around.
It's a very sad arc. I had to, like, lie down for a while after I read it. I've also reviewed it on my analyst page.
Yeah, I'm very curious about this person.
They are extremely obscure. They have something that runs in a Josei magazine, but I forget which one it is. And the rest of
there's
stuff.
the one that seems to be coming up the most, the end of Goldfish Kingdom.
Oh, that's weird, because that's one of their older ones. I wouldn't have said that. But, I think Spectral Wizard, rather, runs in a magazine, but most of their other stuff is Dojin. I don't know. Like, Imitation Crystal stuff is occasionally dark enough that I'm like, you know, I hope this person's, like, doing okay.
Okay, yeah, like, there are a couple of things of theirs on here, like, actually a bunch of their stuff is on Analyst. Gonna, add this to things I intend to read.
Much of it is on manga decks, being translated by one very good person named Gray Area. So,
Neat.
shout out to Gray Area.
I like her art style.
It's very good art. She also has, and I'm calling her she, I'm pretty sure that she's a woman, but I might be mistaken. But anyway, she has a one-shot in an anthology, which is also just like a complete departure from her other stuff, and is really fucking funny. And it is called Sausage Cosplayer.
Oh dear.
Would you care to guess what it's about?
It's a person who cosplays a sausage?
Who cosplays as a sausage, yeah.
Oh man.
And it gets better. So the plot of Sausage Cosplayer is that the sausage cosplayer is like an armed mercenary leading a novelty country singer and her girlfriend across post-apocalyptic Australia.
Oh lord.
It's really good, and I wish she would write more things like that. But, on the other hand, Sausage Cosplayer is recent, so maybe we will get more in the future.
One day. One day!
If there was any justice in the world, Sausage Cosplayer would not only be serialized, it would be the only manga. Sausage Cosplayer. Look, it's a very funny combination of words. And like
it is.
Props to this person for finding a combination of words that is inherently funny in both Japanese and English.
And I stumbled upon just like the fucking title with this one is, you mentioned it a moment ago, was like the translation of it was a Kuroki Yodomi no Hedoro-san.
Yeah, it's Black Sludge Hidoro-san.
Yeah.
It's about a girl who is made out of ooze from the Sea of Okotsk. And she is given the life mission to help people, but she is not given, like, much explicit direction by her creator.
She's very cute.
She's really good. She is also the avatar for my sad Twitter account.
That is valid.
Yeah.
That is extremely valid.
You
know. I've been there. So I've just added all this person's manga to my queue. Huzzah!
It's a good manga. Most of it is on manga decks. You should go read it after the stream. If you want.
Crystal. Yeah, yeah, neat.
But there's a couple people who make work in that same, like, general vein. Imitation Crystal is just one of the people who does it at, like, the farthest, not the farthest, but, like, a far cynical end. You know, there's also stuff, like, I really like, Wanderings of Girls Group 7, which I already mentioned, which is basically just a typical high school comedy series, but set in the future and thus very weird. Like, a plot point in that one is that one of their classmates dies, but because it's the future, when people die, they are just uploaded to a computer. So she just continues coming to school, but as, like, a ghost. It's very good.
Oh, dear.
That one also has, like, an actual solid emotional core, too. Which is always the driving force of a good one of those. Man, I think we've driven off, like, everybody who was here.
Oh, dear. Yeah, I need to quickly use the restroom.
All
I'll be
right.
back in a second.
And when you come
Yeah.
back, I will go do that probably.
Oh dear.
But I will wait until you return.
Eh.
You okay? Hopefully they're okay. I don't know what that sound was, but it sounded mildly painful. Just gonna navigate on back up to the surface. After I get this here copper. I don't know if I can be bothered to get this here iron. Can I? I can just jump to get it, okay. I'm happy I found this cannon. It's gonna make our life a lot easier for a little while until we get like a better ranged weapon. Goodness, we're quite far underground, aren't we? How do I let's see here. Yeah, wow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ice slime out of nowhere. I do apologize about a little, you know, to an extent, about our extensive digressions about anime and stuff all the time. But that is kind of what you get with a Jane and Shredney special. Shredney, is that you?
Hello.
You okay?
I'm fine. I was just handling the my earbuds there.
Ah, okay. I am gonna Well, I'm gonna go back to the surface first, actually, because you cannot pause Terraria. Because reasons.
I mean, you could just stand around down here. There's nothing happening.
That's what you think, and then like a frog, like an ice slime falls on my head or something, and I get murderized.
I mean,
actually,
fair.
you know what? I can just like build a little box around myself. That'll work. Don't come in the box. See, there's one right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna open the map so you guys can look at that while I quickly go use
Yeah.
the restroom.
Oh, let's go even deeper. Hmm. Huh. How's everybody doing? I hope that you are well. Hmm. Hmm. Huh. Really? So, oh, oh, that's wild. Yeah, it turns out that during his Berlin period, David Bowie narrated a version of Prokofiev's Peter and the Wolf. Neat.
Hey now,
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing. What's this all about now? Interesting. I'm going to let everybody know that we're still alive.
We are still live.
Yes. And if nobody shows up, then I guess we're doing it for the VOD, which is like doing it for the Vine, but worse.
Hmm.
So, how are you, Tredney Vashtar?
I am doing
If
right.
I were to become a wrestler, would we be Planet Pain and Shredder Vashtar?
Oh no, no! I'd come up with a better.
I like this universe.
I would have a better wrestler name than that.
I like the universe where I become a wrestler. Uh,
Um,
do y'all want to keep doing Terraria? Or the other thing I was thinking is
I
I
want
would
to keep doing
also.
Terraria because I want you to keep going down.
Well, we've kind of hit like the limit on what we can do depth wise right now.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because like below that snow line, we start running into spiked slimes, which I cannot handle right now.
Oh. Oh.
The other thing I was thinking was I could do Doom 2016, which I have been
But
playing through again, and is
okay, at what point are you able to deal with spiked slimes?
like not for a while probably. I probably like if I wanted to like the thing I would need to be doing for progression right now is need to make metal armor, which that's not too hard. And then
Okay.
I want to be summoning the first boss, which is kind of tedious, unfortunately.
Oh.
But
I didn't know there was a whole boss thing going
there
on in this.
is. There's 4 bosses each loop, 5 bosses. The first one is the Eye of Cthulhu, who's not too hard to kill, but he's hard to get summoned. Hey, thank you for the resub, Trey.
Yeah.
Doom is a mood? There is also the fact I don't know if Doom would stream very well, but you know, I would be interested in trying it out if you guys would be interested in watching it.
I mean, I would potentially. But I do enjoy the aesthetic of this. Like, just wandering around.
Yeah, Terraria does have a strong aesthetic. I mean, we could always do Doom another time.
Oh, wait, just, dig another deep hole!
Well, I mean, that's kind of probably what I'm actually going to do. You see this whole space here?
Yeah.
There's resources untapped that we might be able to find in there.
And also, you know, if you kept going, say, east here, there's so much space beyond.
Well, we're kind of boxed in, because over here is a snow biome, which is harder than we should really be handling right now. And over here is a desert biome, which is, like, impossible.
Yeah, but I mean, in the middle area, nonetheless.
Yeah,
there's a lot of middle in there.
Trey would like to join the call. So, Shredney, what I'm going to do...
Woo!
I'm going to hang up our one-to-one call, and I'm just going to call...
Right.
Actually, you know what? I can just add Trey to the call.
Okay.
Which is going to disconnect me for a second, but that's not a huge problem.
Yeah, well.
Create group DM. Oh, okay. Sure. Hey, Nani, hey, Nani.
Hello.
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 Hello. Share screen or window. Hey, Nani, ba 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 ba. It shouldn't. No, I didn't mean that it would disconnect me from like you guys, but when you make a group DM, it kills the existing call. Is that a Trey I hear?
It is.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm mulling over whether we want to keep doing Terraria or if we want to try to switch to Doom.
As I said in the chat, I am a ride or die.
My concern is that Doom might require a lot of attention. That's fair, but I think I'd be fine. Honestly, probably navigating would be harder than the actual, killing demons part. Why don't we give it a shot, and then if it doesn't work, we can either come back to this or switch to, like, Monolith or something.
Officially and unofficial Shapes and Forms stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, let me switch over the now playing to...
Alright, so if Shredney isn't Shredder Vashtar, then I can be Trevor the Shredder.
Yeah.
I need
but
to.
yes, you didn't see the chat, Shredney. So I'm saying, put your money where your mouth is, Ferret. Come up with something better.
I'm trying to figure it out.
What about Shredney? What about Shredney Smash Car?
That's arguably even worse.
It is. That's why it's good.
It is very good.
I mean, since you already refer to me as Vash, then I'll just, gank from Trigun Vash the Stampede.
No. Hold on.
I saw somebody in Destiny that had that username. I think he was a warlock too.
That's cool.
Huh.
I need to track down my my PlayStation controller before we do anything here. So let me pop open DS for Windows, and I'm gonna go find that real quick.
But yeah,
okay.
he would have had the long coat if he were a warlock. I'm not sure if it was red, but you know.
I Topotokero.
Well, this is something. I'm just. There's an 8-hour-long collection of live material and studio material by David Bowie just from the period between Diamond Dogs and Station to Station on here. Jeez. Well, I'm gonna add it to the thingamajig. Maybe I'll listen to it eventually.
Maybe.
What am I doing? I should be launching Doom while we're doing this.
Now, there's also one dedicated to the Berlin years, and it includes the album and single versions of Heroes in German and French.
MF Vash. ASAP Vash. MC Vash.
Oh, okay. I'm back. Let's see if this will actually work. It's not picking up my controller, so that's a good sign. No, wait, there it goes. Okay.
You gonna kill some demons?
Why is my witch squished?
Squished witch.
I don't. These emote modifiers they've added, they terrify me.
It's weird, right? Like, I tried to do the sunglasses one, but it doesn't put them on her face, and I can't like move them up and down. So like, it's just kind of stuck on the hat, which is a bit of an aesthetic in and of itself, but it's not exactly what I'm looking
it's
for.
It's a mood. It's not really a good fashion statement, though.
Right?
Yeah.
Why would calling Shredney ASAP Vash not be okay?
I don't know. Maybe it's against the ferret code to be compared to the mob. You know.
This one's facing the other way. What's going on? I don't like it. All right, there's the Doom music.
The Doozic. Oh, dear Lord.
This is going to take a second to set up because I have to convince this thing to run in a window, which might be a bit of an issue. We'll find out. If we can't get this to work, we'll switch over to Monolith, because Monolith's always a good time.
Fair.
Yeah.
I have this game on Xbox Game Pass on my Xbone.
I first had it on our PS4 actually when I lived back in You got Chili, hell yeah, Chili Gang. Um, I had it on our PS4 back when I lived in Pennsylvania, and it was very fun. But
Remarkably pretty solid on controller too.
yeah, I actually prefer the controller. I don't really like playing it with the mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, like the purists will tell you that that's the only way to play, since that was the only way that was available to play on the PC in the 1990s. But we have technology.
That's not even true. It's the funny thing to me.
I mean, yeah, yeah.
Like you could make they had controllers back then. They just weren't that good.
Yeah. Like,
okay, Windows.
we didn't have such luxuries as analog sticks and triggers.
Okay. Now, can I resize the window? Ooh, it doesn't like this. Resolution. Can I squish it down to this? Yes, I can. Alright. That seems like it should work. Let's go to game capture, add source, new source, Doom. Yeah, I'll specify Doom 2016. You never know with
Hey,
Magic playing
mate.
live.
Maybe we might play the old one sometime. It's on Humble for $4.50, I believe, for the entire collection of the first game and the second one. So I might bite on that. It seems like it would be fun, and I think that I might maybe want to look into the modding scheme, like the scene that they've got up and running for that, because it's vibrant and interesting.
Yeah, the old Doom modding scene never really went away. This covers up the top of the chat box, but I do want what I'm doing to be, like, visible. So hopefully that is an okay compromise. I am, like, in the middle of a game, like a campaign in this, but also it's Doom, so who cares?
Yeah, it's
Listen, if you're playing the series to learn about the whole way that everything went to shit, and basically you actually have investment in how the demon, you're playing the wrong thing. Just go back to your Xbox 360 and play Dante's Inferno or some shit. This is motherfucking Doom, okay?
They actually, in the defense of those sorts of people, who I sometimes am, this game actually does have a fairly extensive backstory, but you will only ever know about it if you go out of your way to like look at all the stuff in the menu.
It's a Destiny 1 Grimoire card situation. It's there if you want it, but if you don't care, then it's not going to shove it into your face.
Yeah, the actual like storytelling is fairly minimal. There is a story, it's not really that important. It's taking a while to load, which is worrying me. I see the thing going though, so maybe it's just.
You are man. You have gun. You killed demon.
Let's see here. Keep a lookout for data logs, of course. Just working the turkey through. Whoa! What the? That was weird. What's going on here?
Huh.
The controls are a little bit weird. I don't know. Let me see if I can turn some of this video stuff down, because, like, you know, who cares? Advanced, yes. Raw quality, low. Yes. Resume? Okay, we're good. I think. I think we're good. We'll find out.
You know, It's a testament to this game's art and visuals that even on the slowest setting, it's pretty damn good looking.
Yes, it is it's a good looking game. Oh, and this is lore actually. We're not gonna read it, but it's there if
Deepest Doom lore.
Entry locked. Security station activation required. This is the part that's going to like possibly interfere with us playing this game. Is me not knowing where anything is, because that is a real concern. You still there,
Yeah.
Fredney?
True.
I'm still here.
Okay. Open the airlock. I think I did that already. Yeah, okay, that goes back outside. It's a little framey, but I think we'll live. There we go. Open sealed area. This game...
I'm a little framey. I'm prone to pop in on my worst moments.
What? I don't get it.
I will not explain.
Okay.
I will not explain.
I mean, you're not obligated to, so that's fine.
I mean, never mind.
Oh boy.
The chainsaw is a lot.
Yeah. Ammo time.
I hope Doom Eternal is good. Me too. It comes out a couple days after my birthday. I might, like, ask for it.
I am, like, curiously in that situation where,
I got low health.
It's been a little bit since I've been able to get anything, like, new video game-wise, but I think that might be next on my list after Fallen Order, because I really want Fallen Order.
What is Fallen Order?
The new Star Wars game.
Oh. Okay. Just needed to load the area in, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
You know. We don't judge
But,
here.
but yeah, it's that one is actually made by the same guys that did Titanfall 2 and Apex Legends. So
Star Wars Souls-like. Huh.
Yeah, you might actually be into it.
I
It's
might.
like
I don't know much about Star Wars, but I would be into the game if it's good. Yeah.
yeah, sci-fi, Soulsborne-esque,
That sounds interesting.
Metroidvania stuff.
Hope they don't jam it full of bullshit like they did with the new Wolfenstein. Yeah, I know the new Wolfenstein's a bit divisive for that reason. I have not played it, so I have no opinions on this subject, but you know, it's a thing I could understand people being afraid of. The Doomslayer does have a laser sword in the new game though, so that's something. Like a sword made of hard light. I believe.
Oh dear.
And it's got runes on it and shit.
Wolfenstein's by another developer. Is that true? Is it a different team at
Well, yeah,
good
but
old
it's still Bethesda.
Yeah.
And like they're both not necessarily. Well, it makes Doom these days, but they still have some creative input as far as Wolfenstein goes.
Okay.
Like, just on account of the fact that they gotta make sure that they're not defiling their baby.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I get the concern. Oh, okay. Give me the ammo. I'm a simpleton. Sam, I don't care.
One thing that this game got right, that it really just gets right from the beginning and never stops, is the fact that the Doomslayer just straight up does not give a fuck.
Yeah, it's interesting because like the Doomslayer is a silent protagonist, but he's got a fair amount of personality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the opening sequence has you shoving a shoving a fist into a screen that's talking to you, and then shooting the hell out of some demons.
Yeah. He, the Doomslayer does not care.
Also, I think that you tear a demon open with your bare hands after breaking out of some chains.
Yeah, you're like in a coffin inexplicably, and then the zombie finds like some zombies find you, and you just punch one in the face and steal its gun.
Yeah. Masterpiece. Poetic cinema.
Poetic cinema.
What? What?
He's monologuing at us. It's fine.
There is an emergency in the foundry. The regulators have been destroyed and the core temperatures are now destabilized.
You had me monologuing.
Oh dear.
I will say I do appreciate his robot design.
Hayden's got a cool design. But yeah, I like the story, but the monologues are not terrific when you're doing stream.
Yeah.
He be spitting straight facts. Love him or hate him, he's spitting straight facts right here.
Okay, he do be looking kind of safe, though.
He do be looking kind of robotic, though. What's this?
Oh boy.
About? Oh, it is an ammo crate. I don't know why I couldn't use it earlier.
You punch it and bullets come out.
The design is a ripoff of Unreal Tournament 2000 characters. I don't know about that one, Go-Go. That's speaking to somebody who played a lot of Unreal Tournament back in the long ago days of, like, what, 2002? Maybe a little bit earlier than that.
At any rate, it is decent enough that one can create a robot out of the same basic parts, but still have enough differentiation that you could point at one and be like, that a Doom robot.
Yeah. That a Doom robot. With the satellite back online, the full scale and origin of the attack is revealed. Who put the bomb in the bomb?
Bomb bomb.
Who put the ram in the ramalama ding dong? Every word you tell. These loading times, though. I think we will probably not do a lot of Doom before we switch over to something else. But, you know.
We'll enjoy it as it lasts.
Yeah. You good, Shredney?
Shredney
I'm
entered
never
cat
fine.
mode for a moment.
I am never good, Jane.
Shredney cat
Cat
car.
mode initiated.
That was really good, Trey.
That was very good. And true.
Not gonna lie, he do be looking kind of synthetic, though.
After running more diagnostics on the active radar suit, it appears that I can accelerate the upgrade of your arsenal by measuring combat effectiveness. I have added a tracker to your helmet's display.
What?
Sometimes you
hell?
just gotta... Words. You know?
Trey.
What did Trey do?
Said what the hell as I'm looking at an inverted pentagram on the ground.
Oh dear.
Well, you know what the deer say. All hail, gay Satan.
Whoa.
Amen.
I almost fell in that hole. Ah.
Yes.
What do I want here?
That's a reference to one of my favorite comic artists.
Ooh.
Shout out to Kate Wirtz.
Yep. Always shout out Kate words.
Jane, are you streaming satanic symbolism again?
I'm always streaming satanic symbolism.
Oh boy.
Okay, yeah, this is starting to fall apart a little bit, unfortunately, I think. Or maybe it's fine. I don't know. Like, I keep thinking that it's gonna, like,
blow up.
completely wig out, and then it starts being fine again. I don't know.
Spontaneous
Oh no!
combustion.
That Post Malone song popped into my head.
What
Which
Post Malone
one?
song?
I Fall Apart.
Oh. I don't think I know that one, actually.
Yeah, me neither.
It's one of his most. He wrote it when he was a teenager, and it's like one of his most bitter and whiny.
Ah, well, that checks out.
Yeah, it was like, like at least with his recent bitter whiny stuff, it's like self-aware. The early stuff, not so much.
You don't think you've ever listened to any Post Malone song? Huh. It's probably not quite as popular overseas, I would imagine.
Yeah, he
Strikes
seems
me
like
as a very American artist.
Extremely.
You know, the wasps like them a good wasp. Buzz buzz.
Is Post Malone Protestant? That's the question we now need to ask ourselves.
I believe so.
This implies the idea of a Catholic
Hello,
Post Malone.
Starlight
Okay,
475.
I don't know. I'll look this one up. Like, what? Post Malone.
Post Malone has now become Catholic.
Since you tie a little money, need a big boy. Now I'm 20.
Post Malone is
like
Russian Orthodox? What? Is that true?
His name is Austin Richard Post, which is the whitest name ever. Let's see. His, doesn't say anything about his family's religious background. Other than that he was raised by his father and his stepmother. His father's name is Rich Post. Which sounds like it's made up. And his stepmother's name is Jody.
Did I see some of the new Eternal Doom gameplay? I have not yet, and will probably watch it at some point soon. Doom is kind of a new thing for our show. We're just kind of trying it out. Unfortunately, I think that it might be a little bit too much for the stream to handle. But we'll see.
Platform on your right while you were up there.
Is that where it is? I've gotten stuck in this room more than once. That one over there?
No. Turn to your left. Go up.
Okay.
Alright, now turn right.
Ah! No, I can't quite make that jump.
Nah, there's one in between there.
Ah. Okay.
There you go.
Yep, alright. Verticality, my arch nemesis.
You know, I find myself thinking of Doom every time I pull off one of the finishers that they just introduced this, well, I guess last season in Destiny, because they basically ripped off the glory kill system that this one has. It's fun though. I mean, I'm not going to.
I saw those when I was playing Destiny a couple months ago. D2, rather.
I'm not gonna fault them for ripping off a feature from another game if they do it in a way that is true to the game that they're making and stays fun.
Yeah,
you
know. I need to figure out where to put this arm that I just ripped off of a dead guy, because that's how this game rolls. Post Malone is not religious. That tracks.
Yeah, I just randomly looked it up, and it was like, actually, I got to a thing of him talking about how he used to be religious and just kind of fell out of it into agnosticism and was deeply disillusioned with, like, mega churches and, like, soliciting massive donations. Like, as he put it, God doesn't care if your church has a fucking gold roof.
I mean, true.
Good
Yeah.
for him.
I mean, yeah. Post Malone is a weird character. Like, he doesn't seem like a bad guy, just sort of odd.
Yeah,
And,
he's
like, maybe
he
talks
seems kind
too
of
much.
like well-meaningly spacey sometimes, and he occasionally says dumb shit.
Yeah, I think his real future, and this is a sentiment that's been echoed by a couple other people, most notably Todd in the Shadows. He occasionally makes more like overtly rocky songs now, and he's pretty good at that.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of where his career is headed if he's gonna stick around.
Yeah, he like I actually legitimately find Circles and a few other of his recent songs pretty decent.
I agree.
They're just very laid back, sort of power pop songs.
Yeah.
And it's like, and his weird voice works on them.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's like, it's like, go do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're good at it.
I think this is about where the Doom portion of our program's gonna end.
Oh.
It's
incidental.
It's getting a little bit unplayable.
No, totally like unrelated to anything. This is a great album title. It's by the band Magic Markers. Is a panegyric to the things I do not understand.
Nodding.
Nice.
Also, this is also another one of their albums is called Gucci Rapid Share Download.
I've done those before.
That's just like, I mean, shout out Rip Rapid Share,
Rest in peace, Rapid Share. I think I pirated an Aesop Rock album for the first time from Rapid Share. It was either them or Mediafire.
Also,
Before
Rip
I
Mega
bought
Upload
it on iTunes, which that's another one.
But yeah, Rip Mega Upload also, by the way.
Yeah.
Which actually got taken down by the fucking FBI.
Yep.
And the guy who ran it got, like, sued for millions of dollars.
Wasn't he in jail? I thought he actually, went to prison.
He might have.
Yeah, they pounced on that shit like a puma.
Hey, Trey, that thing that you just said in chat is literally the worst thing I've ever seen with my eyes.
I was gonna say it out loud, but we moved on.
No, wait, just say it, Trey, because Jane tapped away from it, so I can't see it now.
The Pope comes into his court and demands a posty pussy indulgence.
What the fuck? Really?
It's not good. I don't like it.
Is this what people say this ain't it chief to?
Yeah.
Now I understand.
Yeah, now you get it.
Now I understand, because this ain't it, Chief.
At once, it all became clear.
It became clear that that's what
I don't care
wasn't. For it. I do not care for it, sir.
Posty pussy indulgence.
Oh my god, that has to be. I'm trying to think. Song title or band name? Song title or band name?
Song title by a particularly memey band. Not sure.
Yes.
Somebody that would be aware of both Post Malone and the Dobby Pussy Indulgence meme.
What is the Dobby Pussy Indulgence meme?
Listen,
it's exactly what it sounds like. Don't worry about it.
I'm concerned.
We're gonna play some Monolith now.
The cat says no handouts.
No handouts. Because I enjoy this game. Hey, I forgot that I bought the care package last time I played. So we're just gonna start with a whole bunch of buffs.
Blues Control recently released music. I'm surprised.
Who are Blues Control?
Blues Control are a noise rock band.
Why are they called Blues Control?
I mean, they kind of have bluesy elements in places, but I think it's at least partly tongue-in-cheek.
You shouldn't be allowed to do that. If I listen to a band called the Blues Patrol, I expect blues.
Not Blues Patrol, Blues Control.
Same thing.
Sort of like, oh wait, is a joke about the words lose control? But it's blues?
That's stupid.
I mean, quite possibly, but I don't know if that's intentional.
The music make me lose control.
Yeah, they're a duo of a guitarist slash noise electronics guy and a keyboardist. And they also have drummers.
What if you signed up to be in a band and you told them that they were a keyboardist and you showed up to audition and you brought like a computer keyboard?
Well, I guess you're real confident in your ability to use the typing keyboard on Ableton Live.
Valid.
It's a very neat joke, Trey.
Listen.
Not that we're a stranger to those, but you know.
I know my audience.
That's fair.
Oh, that's interesting. They did a collaborative album with Laraji, who was born Edward Larry Gordon. He's from Philly, and he's a multi-instrumentalist who specializes in piano, zither, and mbira.
Do we know about cruise control, like the concept? Hit me with the upgrade. What do we got here? Reserves, scanner, or discount? Give me reserves. Pretty good. I hate that thing. No, I will not fight it. Leave me alone. What do we got here? A laser or a pulsar? Go with the pulsar.
Oh yeah, this guy did apparently collaborated with Brian Eno.
Hey Shredney.
Yeah.
Brian.
Yes. Let me see. Okay,
Brian
I need
Eno?
to. Yeah.
Brian
okay.
Eno, known producer of the Windows 95 startup music.
He did
Among
make
other
that,
things.
yeah.
Among many other things.
Look, it's good startup music, okay?
It is good startup music, but like.
I actually think I like the XP one a little bit better.
But like that's not what people generally think of Brian Eno for.
Yeah, yes, I am aware of the job.
They generally think of him for,
Shredney, he was kidding.
Here Come the Warm Jets, or discrete music,
Shredney.
or music for films. Or producing that one Coldplay album.
Also,
and,
his
U2.
his best album is
And
On
Talking
Land.
Heads.
Don't at me.
Is what?
On Land.
Valid choice. That is a valid choice.
It's his best work. In my humble indie bundle.
I did not know that you had strong Brian Eno opinions.
I do. I like Brian Eno.
Eno opinions?
Eno opinions.
I mean, cool. I appreciate that.
I
also like Brian Eno.
There is a verse on Cool Keith's 2018 album where the guest rapper Necro says, "You're an emo, you bump Brian Eno." and I have never been able to get that line out of my head because it's awful in a really specific way.
I mean, it's brilliant.
Is it wrong? Is it wrong?
It's not wrong about me, but I don't know if that's true of many people that listen to Cool Keith.
I mean, I don't understand, but also, yeah, sure.
It's a line. Necro is a rapper who exists.
That is like
I think that
an astonishing put down.
I think his biggest contribution to music is making the song that eventually got its beat hijacked for Huzzah by Mr. Motherfucking Esquire. Which is a pretty good song, and then the remix is like a great song.
Yeah, the remix is something.
Drunk driving on a Wednesday.
Okay, so I'm just like
Fourth World was good too.
Yeah, like I'll admit that to some degree I am a serious basic bitch. I like his song-oriented albums a lot.
I have not extensively listened to most of those, but I also don't really enjoy much rock music from that era. At least not the like serious stuff.
It's
to overcome
unusual.
all adversity, to seize our future.
I mean, it's unusual for music from that period.
I guess so.
Like,
it's just not like, I don't know. I've heard some of it, and it didn't strike me as being my jam.
okay, that's fair.
I like his ambient work a lot more.
I mean, there is stuff that like kind of bridges the gap between the two. Like, like Before and After Science is a good example.
He like the thing with Brian Eno is that Brian Eno was a big influence on most of like my most of my formative music, like Boards of Canada and stuff like that. So that's why I like Brian Eno.
That's valid.
Ooh,
Firecracker.
please, though. Hell yeah. Okay, we got it. Bomb damage up.
Drop the bomb.
Drop the bomb. They don't want you to drop the bomb. They don't want you to win.
They didn't want another anthem, so I made another anthem. God.
What?
DJ
For
Khaled.
real, I'm pretty sure that if you asked BioWare to make another anthem, they would probably do it, but like they'd want to do it as like a way of making up for the last time, because it didn't really work out the last time.
Yeah, that game.
Well,
that's
partly because it was supposed to be a completely different game, and then it got hijacked by the whole "let's do a live service" thing.
Why am I
can't-
drifting?
I like
can't
it, but at the
stand.
same time, I can't believe I paid $60 for that shit. Oh God.
We all make mistakes sometimes, Trey. It's fine.
I paid $60 for Rage 2 too.
I bought fucking Gunvolt Strikers for my Switch for $40, and then you want to talk about mistakes? Fucking shitty Mega Man knockoff with visual novel elements.
Ominous chanting.
I gotta go with the
Furious
skeleton
rattling.
room, right? This is a bonus area, by the way. That wasn't clear.
Curious.
Yeah. Hey, this room sucks. This room sucks a lot.
He has a VR headset on
He
his head.
does. He's got Oculus Rift.
I got horses in the bag.
Well, there's your skellies.
Yep. Listen, Old Town Road, is it a little bit of a meme song? Yes. Was it also one of the best pop songs of last year? Also yes.
Yes, I agree. I totally agree.
What is it, Gogo?
Never gonna, disagree on that.
Like, even if Lil Nas X does not have a lasting career, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did what he set out to do. You
He
hear rushing
did the
water.
right.
You
he
hear
did the right
nothing
thing.
unusual past this door.
Oh, okay. This isn't unusual, apparently.
I guess not.
Or I
It's
didn't
not
hear.
unusual to be loved by.
What's new, pussycat?
Oh no. I have unironically enjoyed more than one Tom Jones song.
My mom really likes Tom Jones. Which says something about something, but I don't know what.
There's a bit in Turbo, the movie, where Turbo is discovering his powers, and part of his abilities that came with becoming fast and having nitrous oxide flowing through his body somehow made it so that he was able to play songs off of the radio, like a car radio, and and part of the one of the songs that they use to illustrate this ability that he has is none other than What's New, Pussycat.
Anthony Fantano rated Minnesota higher than Old Town Road on his singles of the decade list. Look, Anthony Fantano is entitled to his opinions even if they are incorrect.
The world's busiest music nerd.
But he did, in fact, put it on his singles of the decade list.
That's true. I think Minnesota is not that great of a song, and
Minnesota by who?
Lil Yachty. I assume that's what's being discussed.
I don't think I know it by name. I probably know it, but
It's the one where he says he's cold as Minnesota.
fair.
Look, again, the man is entitled to his opinions, even if they are incorrect.
Yeah, fair.
It's okay to have a wrong opinion.
I don't like to, I don't like to be rude.
Strange sigils mark the store.
Yeah, I don't like to be rude to people. I do kind of think that there might be some kind of, respectability bias against Old Town Road, because people don't want to be, seen...
Meme lords.
Yeah, seen as, I like unserious meme music, even though Minnesota is also, not a very...
The thing is,
serious
I
song.
don't think that's the case with, Fantano. He does not care.
I don't know. You never know.
I know enough about Anthony Fantano to be he will unironically embrace meme music.
Well, you know what they say, Shredney.
He has said very
not
positive
question
things
the
about Old Town Road.
Do not question the orb.
What the fuck is this thing?
Do not question the orb.
It took out my max HP by what? Fantano put Mouth Moves on his best albums of the year it came out. That's just correct.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. But I'm just saying is that he does not care about being respectable.
I don't think it's something that he would do intentionally, but I think there's maybe some subconscious bias.
I mean, I think that there are a lot of people who, in general, who do. I think that actually that Fantano does it less than a lot of people in his lane.
Maybe.
Is my point.
I don't know. I still remember, we rag on Pitchfork fairly often here. Not without reason. But when Lil Nas X's EP came out, they gave it a 4 or something, and the review was mostly just complaining about the idea of a song becoming popular because of a meme, and it's just like, you know,
Because they're
get over it.
Pitchfork. They suck.
We live in a post I can has cheeseburger age. It is the dawning of TikTok and the penumbra of Vine's influence.
It's just like,
I love the word penumbra being used in reference to Vine and TikTok.
it's just one of those things, like, it's a good song. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let
Yeah,
people
I
enjoy
agree.
things.
People should be allowed to enjoy things.
Which
Yes,
is not
I
the
agree.
same, to be clear. It's not the same as saying that things should be free from criticism.
Oh,
But also, I think, like, if you're trying to get on your high horse about Old Town Road, pun intended, then maybe stop.
Yeah,
like,
maybe you're a dick.
It's just, you don't have to like it. Go on.
There are certain battles that are worth fighting and certain battles that are not.
That's kind of how I feel. Like, I do have sympathy for people who, like, really didn't like the song, because if you didn't like the song, then 2019 was a year of musical torture for you. Which,
Yeah,
you know,
like
sorry.
my sister. My sister does not like Old Town Road.
I'm sorry to hear that, Sharday.
Yeah.
But, like, it's
I, too, am ashamed.
there's so much going on in the world, like, is that really... Like, on some level, I know this is a bad argument, but also, like, why
You
do
can spend
care?
your energy on other things.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, the thing, the pitchfork thing always
High
bothered me,
horses
because,
in the
like,
back.
high horses in the bag. The pitchfork review got me, because, like, I don't mind when pitchfork reviews, you know, quote-unquote bad music or music that they think is bad, or anybody in that group reviews music that they think is not good. But, like, if you're going to write a negative review, it should be more substantial than I don't like the method through which this became popular.
Yeah.
You can't see me liking Lil Yachty's songs. I like a couple of the songs. Not that one, but... I think I have, unfortunately, cultivated something of a reputation as an old head. Which is not, like, wholly inaccurate, but I'm not, like, one of these people that thinks that, like, Slaughterhouse is the best rap group of all time.
Maybe not, but Swisha House is in the conversation.
Listen, Swisher House are very good. That's a label, though, not a rap group.
True.
There was, I think there was briefly, like, there was, like, the Swisha House All-Stars, but I don't think they actually, like, made any albums. I don't know.
Speaking of
Minnesota
All-Stars,
specifically,
I
fair
w-
enough.
speaking of All-Stars, I was reading about Superman today, and it put the word kryptonite in my head. And I feel like I'm weird because everybody else, when you think of a song named Kryptonite, I can't help but feel like most people default to Three Doors Down.
Uh-huh.
But my default is always, I'm On It, by the Purple Ribbon All-Stars, fronted by Big Boy.
Okay, yeah. No, God, I forgot about that song. I mean, it's a good song.
I find it hard to get out of my head whenever I hear it again or think about it.
You are from around the area where they were, like, most popular, so that might have something to do with it also.
Yeah, true.
Like, you know, the southernly regions of the country.
If you want me, you can find me in the A.
But,
If you want me, you can find me in the garden. Unless it's pouring
Different songs.
down with rain.
Oh boy.
You
Now,
can find me
Can we
if
get
you-
a mashup of those?
That's The Garden by Einstürzende Neubau.
The fuck
Which
did you just
is-
call me?
Oh no.
It literally means collapsing new buildings, referring to the style of brutalist architecture that was common in East Germany during the communist era.
I don't like brutalist architecture, but this is a conversation for another era.
But it was referring to the fact that during the eve of their first concert, when they were trying to come up with a name. Well, actually, no, they came up with the name before this as sort of like a sardonic joke, but on the eve of their first concert, one of the most infamous of the Neubauten was actually bulldozed on the same night, and it was like, yeah, we're called Einstürzende Neubauten.
3 of the tallest buildings on campus at UK, where I went to college, 2 of them were scheduled for destruction because they were old dorms, like old dorm skyscrapers built out of concrete and with the shittiest rooms on campus. It was just a big, ugly, brutalist pair of buildings, like on the south side of campus, and people wanted them gone for a really long time. But despite the fact that they had been like evacuated already pretty much, and everybody had been like moved out of there into the other newer dorms, they just can't get rid of the things. They're stuck there. They can't be bulldozed, I'm pretty sure, because I think there might be asbestos in them. Either way, it's cursed. It's cursed. Kerwin and Blanding are cursed. I think that they are haunted.
Oh dear.
I just be coming off the top. Asbestos. At her height, Nicki Minaj was one of the best rappers in the mainstream, like, arena.
I
Is
feel
not
like
anymore, but she was once upon a time.
I feel like with both her and Katy Perry, I've been able to observe the rise and the fall, like from the very beginning.
Yeah, because I remember her monster verse, which was kind of the thing. Like, it wasn't the thing that blew her up, but it was kind of like when people started taking her seriously.
Right.
As opposed to where she's at now, which is not a great place career-wise.
They need rappers like me so they can get on their fucking keyboards and make me the bad guy.
I don't like that song.
I-
It's like it's
I-
almost a good Nicki Minaj song.
I enjoy it in the same way that I enjoy Stupid Ho, which interestingly enough, that one came out at around the time where she was actually operating at like a pretty high level, and yet somehow that one, like, it's not a good song, but it's a fascinating one. Like, it became a meme on our forum that we used to go on because the thing, like, I just couldn't get it out of my brain, you know?
It is an interesting piece of music. I also like her verse on Ass by Big Sean.
Yes.
Which is most known for the part where she holds the E at the end of the word Wakiki for about 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nicki Minaj has not a single good album. I don't know if I agree with that.
I feel like there's an argument to be had about Pink Friday.
Yeah.
And then maybe if you count the mixtapes and maybe Beam Me Up Scotty, I think it was called.
Beam Me Up Scotty is really good, but then there's the whole argument of like, oh, our mixtapes albums, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Which is...
Either way, on that record, she got it cracking like a bad back. Bitch talking she the queen when she looking like a lab rat.
Oh dear.
I need to re-download that mixtape, actually. I used to have a big,
Wait, no, that
folder.
one was from... That line was from Stupid Ho, god damn it.
I wasn't
still-
going to say anything, but
It still works. Fuck.
but like I used to have like a big collection of stuff I just downloaded off of like DatPiff and other similar services back in the day. And I lost it when my old computer went kaput.
Man, SoundCloud being stupid and just changing the way that it's set up its free upload tier just makes me worried that
Yeah.
it makes me worried that we're not going to have like a real platform for people to be able to use to get their careers started, essentially the way that
I really hope that people start switching over to Audius, because Audius has a good interface. It's not like overrun by bots and stuff, and it's very simple to use, and they don't like hound you about anything.
I was gonna say that it's a different kind of platform, but Bandcamp does exist.
Yeah, but like it's hard to blow up on Bandcamp. Like it does happen, but not...
because it's less single focused.
Yeah, like it's not like the people, like I think of like people, especially rappers who became successful on Bandcamp. I think of like Milo and like fucking Open Mike Eagle and those kind of guys.
Bandcamp is a really great platform for people that are already like low key established and have their discographies to the point where people are going to be attracted to the personality and not the service.
Yeah. Because I love Bandcamp and all. It is hard to like. There's very low discovery on Bandcamp, and they've
not out of a lack of trying, but certainly just out of a lack of user interest.
Like they've tried, because they got like the Bandcamp weekly features and stuff, but nobody fucking reads those. Like I do sometimes, but I don't. Like I feel like the turnover there is not very high.
A friend of mine actually got featured on Bandcamp's homepage with their recommendations.
Oh, when was this?
A couple months ago.
That's cool. Who was it?
I co-hosted a show on WRFL with them. But some of their recommendations that they had were a couple of dubstep albums and stuff.
Cool.
Yeah.
A lot of I assume you mean like in the broader sense of the word. I guess I don't know. Like
Bandcamp is a good place for
it's a good place to keep your music. Like
to keep your music, and also for like album focused genres and projects.
Yeah, it's a little bit of it's an odd service, and it's got its niche, and I like it. I mean, I use Bandcamp all the time.
Like
Everybody
the
knows
kind of
that,
people
but...
who blow up off of Bandcamp are like people making, how do I put this? Like the kind of stuff that gets featured on places like Tiny Mixtapes or the Quietus.
Yes, or Pitchfork if they're lucky.
Or lucky in depending on how you mean lucky.
Pitchfork has much higher readership.
It has a higher readership, but
I'm not arguing that their reviews are better, but
it's Pitchfork.
I know,
yeah.
But I'm saying, if you ask me, like, even if it's a negative review, where do I want my review featured? Like a review of my stuff featured. It's gonna be the biggest platform. Because, like,
I mean,
you reach the most people that way.
Honestly, my concern would be more like, is it a platform that's reasonably big but also has the kind of readership that I'd want to actually get attention?
I don't know. Like,
because the thing is that, like Pitchfork, you're also going to get the attention of a lot of people who are kind of basic,
I don't care. Like it's one of those things. Like you're just trying to cast as wide a net as possible. If they're basic and you make music that's not for basic people, they won't care about it.
I mean, yeah, I suppose so. Like,
Also, like, I do have an attitude that unless we are also friends, like, fans of my work are not friends of mine, so I don't really care
That's
about what
fair.
they do personally speaking.
That's fair.
Rolling Stone is, like, god-awful in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
much more willing to read Pitchfork than Rolling Stone.
But, no, well, my attitude towards Pitchfork is that Pitchfork is just the internet age equivalent of Rolling Stone. The thing is that Rolling Stone is basically a carcass now, so, you know,
I mean,
even the...
I don't know. Like, I think Pitchfork has some good individual writers. Like, I like Alphonse Pierre and a couple.
Yeah, there are a
people.
few decent writers. That's fine. Whereas
the problem, like, I feel like the problem with Pitchfork is more of a structural one because of like even the worst writers on the site. Ooh, I'm not gonna name names, but you can imagine.
Well, feel free. Let's get bitchy here.
I just don't care enough to be honest with you. But like, I feel like even the worst writers on the site would do much better if like they were allowed to pick what albums they wanted to review, which my understanding is that they're not. So like that kind of just creates a whole problem. Like the management clearly has some kind of vested interest in like stirring up artificial controversy, basically.
I mean, yeah. Ryan What's-His-Face, the editor-in-chief, you know, and founder, is he's an asshat.
A dick. Like, they keep giving that one guy, like, or I think there's two of them, actually. They keep giving a specific couple people, making them review, like, the posthumous XXXTentacion records. Like, nobody wants to read a negative review of a, like, cash-in cobbled together thingamajig by a dead guy. Like, there's nothing to talk about there.
Well, because, you know, they want to either... They're essentially participating in their own way in the further grave robbing, you know, by trying to piss off X's stan base.
I suppose, like, my point is, I feel like if you gave
it's ghoulish.
If you gave the people who they make review those records the option to review something else instead, I am positive that they would take it.
Probably, yes.
Yeah. Like...
But that's my point, is that, like, Pitchfork, just as an institution, I am not a fan.
Mind you, I don't know if there's really any music journalism sites I like anymore, but that's just me.
Like, I mean, I generally like the Quietus.
I've read some Quietus stuff. It's fine. It's just they don't really cover music I'm interested in most of the time.
That's fair. I mean, they're very English, and they cover mostly very English
music, yes.
and very English experimental music, especially, which is its own thing.
It's a circle within a circle.
Yeah, like, they're like the only people who I can think of in terms of major publications that covered Ramla's The Great Unlearning, which just shows on what level of Englishness we're talking.
I have never heard of that in my life, so yeah.
Ramla are one of the they are a cult UK noise rock band that was formed, like, they started out way early on as a power electronics group, but they kind of regrouped as a very noisy experimental psychedelic rock band. And
also,
their vocalist
I
for
do
a long
wanna...
time was Philip Best.
Sorry to cut in. I do want to kind of apologize. I do Occasionally, our streams get ranty in a way that I do not usually intend them to. I feel like it's perhaps a bit alienating to people. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't see what Gogo said about Fantano exactly.
No, she just said that this is why she watches Fantano, which, I mean, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean,
she's right that I don't really like him, but at least it's just one guy.
Yeah, he's something of an acquired taste, I think.
Yeah. What are you thinking about Trey? I guess Trey had to go do something.
I like him better than I used to, I think. I just had my mic muted.
Okay.
I didn't know that my mic was muted that entire time.
Oh no! I'm sorry.
Oh no.
No, if it ever seems like we're ignoring you, it's probably just because of something like that. I go out of my way to like try to not exclude people from conversations. And I was wondering, I'm like, I wonder why Trey's not saying anything, and that would be why. But
yeah, regarding Pitchfork, there was the fact that they were also partially responsible for breaking the X story in the first place, like what happened with him while he was still here. There was that, and then also, as far as Anthony Fantano, I like him better than I used to. I don't know if it was just getting mature, or if his style has changed in the past couple years or what, but
I mean, for a while there, he like sort of adopted very contrarian kind of positions on a lot of things and got a bit obnoxious, but he sort of stopped that a while back.
Like, the thing I don't know. The thing I don't like about Fantano is just like, it's not anything to do with him really. I just don't care what some bald dude thinks of music. Like, that's not like that. You could use that to wave off like literally any criticism of anything. But like, as far as I'm aware, he's just a guy that listens to a lot of music, which does not make his opinion unqualified.
I mean, he actually is, like, he studied and I think has like a master's in journalism.
Well, that's cool.
And also worked for NPR for a while before he started reviewing stuff on YouTube.
But like, I don't know, like, the thing, and this is a thing, this is not a specific to Fantano. I get this sensation whenever I watch any YouTuber review anything. Doesn't matter who they are, or how qualified or unqualified they are. I'm like, I, a person, am just watching another person tell me what they think of something.
See, I actually consider that a positive.
I don't like it. Like, ultimately, that's pretty much what all criticism is, if you, like, really strip it, like, all the...
I mean, it is.
Yeah, if you really strip everything down. But, I don't like that... Like, there's sort of, like, an implied kind of conversationalism, I feel like, behind YouTube. Like the YouTube thing where it's, like, the guy's, like, in front of a camera and talking about something. I don't like that. Like, it feels very disingenuous to me, because I'm not actually having a conversation with the guy.
Well,
he doesn't care what I think.
I mean, it's like, the thing is, I don't know. Like, I mean, I think it lays bare, in a way, the sort of inherently parasocial nature of, like, essentially finding yourself soliciting other people's opinions about things when they don't know you.
I don't think it actually, like,
like, you think it obscures it, but for me, I kind of think of it as, like, like, when I step back, it's like,
the thing is, like...
It's an illusion either way. And, like, it's simply that,
I
like,
don't
with
get...
a website, it's an illusion of authority. Whereas, whereas with YouTube, it's an illusion of a conversation, which is a different thing.
I guess
But it's still
like between the two, I much prefer pretending to have authority over pretending to be like my buddy.
See, the thing is that I'm aware of the illusion of both, and I generally do not trust people when they claim to be authoritative.
I guess. I mean, like, to be clear, I think that it's fairly rare that publications explicitly claim to be authoritative.
Yeah.
Occasionally they'll see
But the thing is that, like, the way that a lot of the worst music writers write does sort of come off as an assumption.
Well,
and
sure.
I mean, even with okay music writers, sometimes they fall into that self-indulgence. Like,
I mean, like the solution, and I suppose you can make this argument either way, but like the solution is to not read mediocre music writers.
I mean, of course.
But like, I guess if you boil it down, it is kind of a pick your poison thing, and I just don't like. There's something that really, and this is just how I am, I think, but there's something that really bothers me about the implied, like, oh, we're having a conversation here, because we're not. I can't, like, I mean, I could tweet at him or something, but I can't tell Anthony Fantano what I think of his reviews. He's not gonna care. Like,
yeah.
And, you know, you can argue, and I think you're right most of the time, that the other way that it works is, like, a lot of written things, and some YouTube things too, but mostly written things, have sort of an illusion of authority instead. But, like, that seems a lot less disingenuous to me. Because...
Although, actually, I will say, yes. Well, okay, what I was going to say is that there is a fairly minor music review YouTuber who I follow. Her work is very similar in terms of its prose to, like, an actual... Like, when people say a video essay or something, they don't generally... The thing is that it's often, like, not really up to the prose level quality of an actual essay. With this person, it actually is. And it's, like, oddly, like, divorced from... It is, like, while there is a certain element of conversational quality, and also in the way that she sort of presents herself, it's... The actual wording and things, and the way that she words her thoughts, is very much more prose-like, more literary, and I actually find that very interesting.
That sounds infinitely more tolerable to me than what people like Fantano do. I don't see it as a conversation. I mean, that's fair. Like, I don't mean like a literal conversation. Like, it's like... The thing implied by the format to me is the YouTube reviewer format, where it's just somebody in front of a camera talking about stuff, kind of, you know, like maybe semi-scripted, but like mostly off the top of the head. Like, the thing that is implied to me is that they want to give off the air of being just another person giving their opinion. Which is fine. But if you have, like, 4 million subscribers, you're not that. So it makes, like, a weird disconnect for me.
Well, most of these people don't.
Sure.
I mean, like, Fantano is kind of the exception that proves
even,
the rule.
Like to drive the number way down, even like 1,000. Like, you're already...
Oh, that's true.
You're already somebody... Like,
who has a platform.
It's one-to-many communication. You're not actually talking to somebody.
Of course. In a way, but then again, I'm going to say this is going to sound weird, but, like, when I was in school, I always actually liked lectures.
See, maybe that's just what it is, because I can't...
That's a similar thing.
I can't
And that's sort of how I see
it. I hate lectures, like, with every fiber of my body.
The thing is that, I don't know, I like somebody just telling me stuff that's interesting.
Like,
tell me an interesting thing. You know what I mean? Like, I like listening to people say stuff.
I like I like reading interesting things, which I guess is just where the divide
I mean,
is.
I also like reading interesting things. It's just there to me they are both valid methods of
I
getting
didn't
across.
say one was invalid. I just said I
know,
don't
but
like
I'm saying,
one.
in terms of like, I have less of a preference, is I guess what I'm saying.
Fair. I just don't like the whole YouTube review thing. There's some people who have like a much more heavily edited format, and those are more like presentations, like pause and select or somebody like that. And I like that a lot more because I don't know, like, I guess the thing is, like, you talk about like the competing presumptions of the formats. Like, it is actually possible for somebody to be an authority on something. It's not really possible for you to talk back to a video, which I guess is kind of...
Although, I mean, the closest thing would be, like, back in the day when YouTube was which would be actually when Fantano started out, was that people made response videos because there was a small enough community of people on YouTube, like, on top of, like, that it being possible because it could be linked and all that, that, but it was also a small enough community that you could individually respond to a person and have them respond back.
The thing, of course, is that you can't really do that anymore because YouTube.
Yeah, and especially with someone like Fantano who does have literally millions of
like
followers.
people do make response videos, but they're not actually for the original person. They're for
they're not.
Person's
they're a
audience.
public response rather
which
than
is like more like exchanging letter columns in the paper or something.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
That.
And I mean, there was a little element of that obviously in early YouTube, but it's like still it was intimate enough by the nature of how few people on the platform and how niche it was at the time, that you would still like be getting like these direct responses. And like the thing is, like, but as I said, like now with Fantano is like the guy has literally 2 million subscribers, which is like, so 1 in 3 or 4,000 people on Earth is subscribed to Anthony Fantano's channel.
That's a terrifying thought.
That is astonishing. That is mind-bending. Man is literally probably the most influential music commentator on the planet
Alive.
at the moment.
Yes. Yeah, that is just objectively true, yes.
And the thing is, what's even wilder is, like, I remember, like, several years back, I got into several arguments with him on Tumblr over DM. And he's like a perfectly pleasant guy.
I mean, sure, yeah, weird stuff like that. I think I've talked before, spoken to occasionally have ended up speaking to rappers on Twitter and stuff.
Yeah, and it's like weird when stuff like that happens because of the fact that this person has such
influence.
But then you realize the illusion goes away. They're a human being, ultimately, at the end of the day.
Talked to Fly Anakin a couple times, who was like presently in the midst of becoming popular, but not about anything important, but like
who is that?
Fly Anakin. He's from Virginia. He's part of the Mutant Academy.
All right, I'm not familiar.
They're a crew from that area, and they make very good music.
Good. I shall look into them.
It's a weird case. They're one of those groups that is much more popular in real life than on the internet. Like, they've got like a regional fan base, kind of, but not really much of one online. I listened to Holly Water by him and Big Kahuna last year, and that was a really good album. The most... Like, he's not actually part of the crew, but occasionally Nicholas F. works with them. If you're familiar with that guy.
I'm not familiar, but I've heard the name.
He's one of the first people to co-sign Drake back in the day.
Huh.
Um,
Wait, I think I have heard about that.
yeah, at the time he went by Nick Fury.
Huh.
Anyway.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that name before.
Yeah. But, like, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't... I have an intense skepticism, I guess. Not even a skepticism. An aversion toward any kind of format that implies that somebody is your friend, but also they're telling you, like, fairly serious, like, critical stuff. Like, I don't care if it's like a Let's Player or something, because the only pretense there is that, you know, here's somebody playing a video game and maybe making jokes. But, like, I don't know, I'm finding it hard to articulate. I just find it really almost uncomfortable.
I can understand that. Like, I see where you're getting, like... And I think the discomfort of that is how easy it is to form, again, a potentially very dangerous parasocial bond with a person.
Like, if you... I realize the irony of saying this in a video that may well be watched by people I don't know personally, but, like, if anybody ever takes my advice on any one thing, do not defend, like, YouTubers and shit. They're not... Nobody cares. It's just not worth your time or your mental energy or anything.
Yeah, like, if you do wind up being the personal friend of somebody who does these things, then that's great.
Yeah,
you know?
if you know
like,
somebody. Good... Like, I will go to bat for, like, Rockley Smile, because we have actually spoken several times before, and he's, like, a nice dude.
Yeah,
We're not
it's
super
like...
close friends or anything, but, like, I know him.
Yeah, it's like, you know... Also, you know, like, I've, like...
Thank you for the heart monkey go.
But yeah, it's like, I don't know, like, I mean, technically now I'm a person who makes YouTube content or assists in it.
Yeah.
So...
It's very weird. Like, parasocial relationships have basically existed for as long as human society has. But, the whole internet has made it, like, much more of a thing, and I think a lot of people are prone to falling into the idea of, like, I agree with some of what this person says, ergo we're, like, pseudo friends. Which is not...
Yeah, icky.
Yeah, you shouldn't, like...
And not just on the part of the person doing the assuming, but also sometimes people can exploit that in disturbing ways.
Oh yes, a lot of, like, the more unscrupulous YouTubers are... You should have seen Mozart's fan squad. I mean, true. You know, fair point. But just, like, I mean, they shouldn't have done that either, you know?
Yeah.
Or, who was the other guy? Franz Liszt had, like, a bunch of fanboys back in the day.
Yeah, like, Franz Liszt, like, women would swoon, you know, when he, like, waltzed into... he performed an atonal bagatelle into, town. Then, see what I did there?
The Pope is the keeper of most parasocial relationships? That might literally be true.
That is absolutely fucking true.
You shouldn't idolize the Pope either. Like, you know...
Which is exactly why he walked into the court and demanded a posty pussy indulgence.
I'm gonna end your existence, Trevor.
Oh, fucking Lord.
It all comes full circle. No.
Oh my god.
But yeah, so fucking pussy indulgence.
No, but, like, in all seriousness, if you never take a single other piece of advice from me, do not waste your time defending public figures.
And quit getting mad at video games.
That also, but, like...
Yeah. But I mean, they go hand in hand, kind of.
They kind of do, yeah.
But yeah, like the thing is, like like parasocial relationships, like, I mean, actually, like the most common parasocial things, you know, like if it's not like, and most people don't take it to a particularly extreme degree, is just, and this is perfectly fine, is just becoming attached to a fictional character, for example.
Yeah.
And
I
that's
actually
fine if you don't overdo it.
I would actually argue that that's like, you shouldn't overdo either kind. But
I mean, absolutely.
if you were to, I would actually argue that that's probably less bad for you.
Yeah, it is.
Because like,
but then again, people. The scary part is when people, for example, if you know you've got an actor plays a character.
yeah,
If you really
yeah,
dislike a character, then don't send the actor hate mail.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Like a
It's
fucking
happened
whack
to
job.
Rob Pattinson several times. Hasn't
Yeah,
it?
that also happened to I can't remember the name of the actress who
Kristen
played
Stewart?
Journey's End came out.
who played well, I wasn't talking
Hello,
about Kristen
Jock.
Stewart, but that did happen to her. But who played Skylar White in Breaking Bad, who is actually honestly one of the most sympathetic characters in that
Do
show.
I have the wrong game assigned? It says Monolith on my end. It might just not be updating right. I don't know.
But I mean, you know, the main character's wife, who, like, who's the one who reacts like a sane person in that show.
What are we talking
And
about?
it's like-
Sorry, I spaced out for a second.
the Skylar, the main character's wife from Breaking Bad.
Ah, okay.
You know, because people don't seem to understand the fact that the main character is supposed to be a person who has made very bad choices.
Teasing
and
about the
isn't-
title. Okay, yeah, I forgot to change it. That's my bad.
It's like just like
To be
But
honest,
yeah,
I
like,
just shouldn't put game-specific titles in the stream title. Sorry, I'm
And
cutting you off. Turn me on.
and particularly because, you know, it usually it's just a little bit of misogyny there, just a little.
Perhaps.
the misogyny,
Perhaps.
Just a little
little bit,
misogyny.
just a little bit of misogyny as a treat. No, no. The proper amount of misogyny is none. But anyway,
Is none, thank you.
yeah. Like yeah. Go
Just-
raised the point, which is that big characters characters can often be owned by fictional corporations, which is true, but like I still feel like there's much less of an opportunity for you to be exploited there. Like I don't know. It's sort of a weird
I'm not
thing.
owned. I'm not owned.
You could try.
I'm not owned. I forget the rest of the tweet, but I'm not owned.
Something about a corn cob. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as I say as I slowly shrink into a pet cob.
People bought all K-On instruments. I mean, that's not exploited. I don't really know that that's exploitative. That's just like funny. But I mean, like there's a case to be made for stuff like gotchas and whatnot, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I still think you're much less likely to get suckered by a fictional character than a real person.
Yeah, and
Like the example I always go to, and I'm going to put my siblings on blast very slightly here, which I apologize for, but like they're all fairly young still, except for the oldest one. And playing the DLC on a controller, I'm not like the keyboard and mouse controls for this game. I can do it if I want to, but it hurts my hands, so I do the controller. But like they're into Minecraft streamers and Fortnite streamers and you know, the usual Gen Z,
interests.
yeah. And
Yes.
I'm always telling my mom, and she doesn't listen to me, and one day it's gonna be a problem. I know it will. That, like, you should make sure that the people they're watching are good people. Because there are a lot of, you know, Fortnite streamers and whatnot who are keenly aware that they have mostly young fan bases and will use that to try to scam money out of them. It happens all the time. It's way easier
Definitely,
to aim.
also an argument to be said about the fact that Fortnite itself is designed to do that, but
Yeah.
but we're not gonna get into that.
Yeah. Now we
that's...
talk about that too. I'm pretty firmly anti-loot boxes the vast majority of the time. No, Jaku, I totally believe you. It's just like keyboard and mouse kind of hurts my hand, so I just go controller. Because like I'd rather be worse at the game than develop carpal tunnel. It's a false dichotomy, but like I have gotten into a point where I'm starting to get hand cramps from stuff, and I'd rather, like, I've been trying to use controllers and just like less hand stressful setups in general for stuff, because you know, I would prefer to cut that problem off at the root before it becomes like a problem.
To avoid, you know, like
gamer disease
becoming, you know, like what is it, like being out of the game, being unable to game. The dangers of, you know, potential sports injuries from Major League Gaming.
Yeah, this is definitely Major League Gaming. I'm actually always kind of surprised when we get somebody just kind of like randomly from Twitch, because I'm like, oh, right. There's people on this website that I don't personally know. Wild. Which is not, you know, a bad thing by any means. It's just kind of funny. God, who was that guy? Do you guys we bring this up all the time, but do you guys remember when we were doing Super Nintendo roulette and we got that person who kept trying to get me to ASMR them?
Yes.
Go, you're on my Discord server. Shut up.
Look, like, we're not saying that it can never go from, you know, like, you know, oh, this person attends my Twitch stream, to, oh, this person is now a personal friend of mine.
Yeah.
That does happen.
I'm also not a popular Twitch streamer. Like,
yeah, it's also like stuff like that happens in the world, and that's fine. It's just that, like, sometimes, oh god.
Is that your dog?
Yes. Well,
she's a good dog, Shredney. All dogs are good.
Okay, I hope that none of you have dogs, because that was a dog whistle, an actual dog whistle.
Huh. I don't. But you probably should have said something before you blew it. I don't know if that would carry over Discord.
I mean, if you're wearing headphones, probably not.
No, certainly not.
And
like,
also,
I mean,
extremely high frequency.
Yeah, like, I didn't hear anything. Although I do
no, you're not going to be able to
have a very slight headache now, which I'm going to choose to believe is not related.
Yeah, like, it isn't... Yeah, that's ultrasound, so, it's highly unlikely. You know, I mean, granted, it could carry over the thing, because, a lot of, like... I mean... Hello?
Yeah?
Hey.
No, I'm just letting you talk.
There was a bring?
Oh, I don't know what that was. Wasn't me.
Probably me reconnecting, I think.
Okay. But, like, A lot of headphones can actually reproduce fairly high frequencies as in order to create headroom because of the fact that the way that sound is encoded involves basically it's broken up into in order to create various sounds it's broken up into sections that are often tens of thousandths of a second long, 44.1 kilohertz is the sort of base standard of what MP3s are encoded at.
Sure.
And with even higher quality sound, you can have 88.2 kilohertz, 96 kilohertz, 192 kilohertz. And those, that frequency at which it's moving, you wouldn't notice that as an actual pitch. But it is essentially a frequency changing at, 44,000 hertz.
Remember that one Shapes and Forms episode years ago where we spent most of the show talking about steel wire recording? That happened.
Wait, remind me what steel wire recording actually is.
It's an old, obscure method of recording and playing back audio that uses a steel wire on, some kind of tape spool.
Huh. Yeah,
it was
remember us talking.
A thing from, the 1800s, I think. It's not a recent invention by any means. I'm going to pause here, because I need to use the restroom. I will be right back. You guys can enjoy looking at fucking Xana from Code Lyoko.
Oh. Wire recording. Interesting. Invented in 1898. It is the earliest form of magnetic. That makes sense.
The orb in the middle kind of looks like Cortana, too. Just a little bit. Resume. Options. Restart.
The runes changing at the sides look kind of like little ballet dancers.
Neat.
Wouldn't you agree that they look like little people spinning?
Yeah.
Hoi.
Hey, Jane? Wait. Does she have the headphones on yet?
From the depths I return.
Hey, Jane. I just wanted to. Oh, you changed it, but I noticed that the runes at the sides looked like little ballet dancers.
Huh.
As they flew by.
Maybe that's what they were, Shredney. You ever thought about that?
I'm not gonna comment.
Have you ever thought about that?
Jesus, forgive me, for I am a thought.
What? What the? What?
Sorry, that's a song by JPEG Mob.
Of course it is.
It was the lead-off single from his most recent album.
I
Which-
actually think I might have known that at one point, but I forgot.
I listened to that a while back, actually, finally, and it was really good. And yeah, and it certainly does have him like posing in a dress on the cover.
Sometimes it's like that
Yeah, I mean,
on this bitch of Earth.
yeah, and he does indeed have bars about capping someone wearing a frock. So
What's a frock?
a frock is a very old ladyish dress.
There's actually a Biggie line about that. Or not even a line, it's like part of a verse where he's like telling this weird like tangential story about dressing up in disguise as an old woman and then going to one of his rivals' houses and murdering them with a machine gun.
Huh.
Biggie was
Like-
a weirder rapper than I think many people give him credit for.
That scans. Like with in the case of Peggy, like there is actually a bit on that album where he sings "No Scrubs."
Well, it's a good song.
It is, and he's a surprisingly good singer. It's like, but it's just like, it's a very strange album because it's not really, there aren't really songs per se. It's more like there are like sets of verses and beats that just kind of flow into each other.
The beat switch. Sorry.
And then just all of a sudden he'll be singing "No Scrubs," and then just another thing will.
Yeah, you know. Look,
The track in question, by the way, is called "Basic Bitch Tear Gas."
I am aware of that song. I know the title.
It's very the whole album has the wildest fucking song titles.
You know, the first time we talked about JPEG Mafia on this show was when we that episode that we talked about Warrior Cats a bunch on.
Huh.
That's a fun fact for you all.
I did not realize that.
Yep.
Damn.
I say this
Peggy.
constantly, but I really need to get Tony Hawk back on here.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
I say back on here, just like on here, because it was never on here in the first place. But back on the show.
Yeah.
The game, not the guy. I do not know Tony Hawk. Although, if he wanted to come on the show, I would.
I mean, sure.
He would be an esteemed guest here.
Guest of honor, yeah.
We would be in rarefied air.
We don't normally do guests, but I would make an exception for Tony Hawk.
I mean, who is our ideal guest list for Shapes and Forms if we're bringing on guests?
Obviously, Anthony Fantano. No.
The internet's
Oh my God.
busiest music nerd.
Oh my god.
John Mulaney.
Who's that?
John
The
Mulaney.
comedian. The one,
Okay.
the guy that made the sketch about, or like the routine about playing, What's New Pussycat 80 times in a row at a diner.
I don't think I know that one. I'm
How
gonna
do
have
you
to
not
look that
know
up.
that?
John Mulaney.
I referenced it earlier in the show and you laughed.
No, wait.
Maybe Stredney was just amused by the inherent humor of Tom Jones.
I suppose.
I was amused by the inherent humor of
Tommy
Tom Jones.
Wiseau? I don't know if I would want Tommy Wiseau on our show.
I'd be comfortable with that.
Oh boy.
Because I just don't know how I would bond.
Gabe Newell?
Oh
This
dear.
is a fun game. Just like name a famous person who it would be funny to have on a live stream.
But I mean, I'm kind of thinking, like, in semi-legit terms.
PewDiePie, but he's trapped and can't leave, and we just make fun of him the entire time.
Who would be the worst guess?
Rockley Smile? I mean, there's like... That's like within the distant realm of possibility, but like...
Yeah, Rockley Smile would actually be a good guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, I would not be... Like, we know each other, but we're not, like, super close friends, so I wouldn't want to ask him about it, but if he for some reason wanted to come on the show, that would be the thing that I could definitely...
Yeah,
I would
that'd be
definitely
chill.
do, yeah. And
let's
he
see.
can talk to us about textures. He's very into 3D modeling. It's an art form, just like any other. Like, actually, like, Travis McElroy, specifically, would be a fun one.
Even though he's probably the least invested in game streaming and
that would be why
recording and stuff.
That would be why he's the best. He would be the best to have on.
True point.
Just have him here to make dad jokes.
Gosh.
But yeah, I don't know. Like, I generally try to keep shapes and forms to just the three of us, and then win when they're feeling up to being on.
You know, if I would love Yaron to like be available.
Yeah,
again.
like occasionally, I like. I don't know. Maybe we should start like doing, like setting aside a slot for like when we can have an extra person on.
Yeah.
Like once a month or something.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe that'd be fun.
Yeah. But Mew, is that your way of saying like me first, Go-Go? But yeah, I don't know. The thing I'm always wary of is like there's people who I can think of who I would ask, but like I wouldn't want people who I didn't think to ask to like be upset about it, and I don't know.
That's fair.
It's one of those things, but I'm probably just being paranoid about it. You just like to meow.
Yes, you. I mean, yes, you are, but also I understand.
Yeah.
Cat mood.
Cat mood. Is that a Neil Cesariega album?
No, but
That's fair, Go-Go. Like, off the top of my head, it would definitely, Murr and Yaren are invitees.
Murr is good to have on.
I like it when Murr's on. We've technically had him on once before. Mala is somebody who has been in one episode exactly of Shapes and Forms, and it was very funny because that was an all GeoGuessr episode.
Oh man!
When I think it was me, Mala, and Win, because like both of you two were unavailable that week. So we just did that, and we did an all GeoGuessr episode, and we ended up in a weird tourist trap called 1880 Town. Yeah, Trey, you're an important part of the show dynamic. Don't ever think that you're not.
I'm just thinking, there have been a lot of people who have just, like, been here very, very briefly, just randomly.
Yeah, we,
early on in the show.
Yeah, before we kind of codified the lineup.
Cece has been on here a few times, and I like having her on.
Yeah.
But
the problem with getting CC on is that when I stream, usually it's either when she's at work or when she's playing Monster Hunter in their living room with Marie. So that's just like the schedules kind of don't line up, unfortunately. We also did our own streaming thing very briefly, but she was not as into it as I was, and I didn't want to like force her to, because that's kind of like not cool.
Yeah, I understand.
Now what we do instead on date days is we like go out for lunch and talk about Pokemon.
That sounds nice.
Yeah. It's a good time. But yeah, I don't know. There's people I would be willing to have on the show. I think Central Avenue would be another person who would make a good guest.
Senti is extremely funny.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like there was, of all weird things, was like there was one episode that Eloise is in for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Which was weird.
The one where we did Quiplash.
Yeah,
which that episode was a great argument for never doing Quiplash on stream ever again. But
yeah, just like.
But that's not why.
Yeah,
it was just kind of a mess.
Yeah, I recall she was basically just like drawing something, I think, for a commission or something at the time.
Yeah, you know.
So was like basically not there.
Yeah,
and just was like, oh, hi.
Yeah, you know. It's a thing that happens with like long-running live stream shows. Somebody made a graph like a year or two ago of like everybody who's ever been on the Northern Lion Live Super Show, and it's mostly like a pretty usual rotation of co-hosts, which changed at one point, but like it's mostly like the same 4 or 5 people, and then there's a couple that are on there that are just like WoW Krender, who was like a World of Warcraft streamer, was on once.
Huh.
And just like weird little things like that.
Yeah, and then, yeah, I'm just also kind of remembering, I wonder, like, you could probably do some interesting weird graphs related to, for example, there was a show that, Loading Ready Run used to do called Feed Dump, where they would comment on ridiculous news stories. And it was mostly people in the main troupe. But every once in a while they would bring in people, including this one guy, Andrew, who is actually an actor, been in actual television shows people watch. And has been in a few of their skits. And then like a bunch of other random people they knew, including a bunch of people hooked on the whole Desert Bus stream.
Oh, right, that's them. I forgot.
Who would just, like, filter in and out at, like, different points. So there will occasionally just be people who are in, like, 1 or 2 of those episodes over the course of, like, 350, I think, over the course of a number of years.
Actually, speaking of, like, long streams where people filter in and out, our fucking 4th anniversary, I think, 3rd anniversary, is coming up semi-soon.
Excuse me.
How would you guys feel about trying to pull off, like, a long stream?
How long are we talking?
I don't know. That's kind of mostly up to you two.
Okay, real talk. That is inevitably going to involve, granted, I will try to mute my mic or something, but there will inevitably be food ASMR.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, a long one like that is inevitable.
Yeah.
But,
like, just, you know...
like,
that's our brand at this point.
I wish it wasn't, and I genuinely wish you wouldn't do that.
Oh my god.
It hurts my ears.
You can't keep a good mink down.
But like, I don't know. Like the ideal, like the dream for people who do this kind of thing is always like, ooh, 24-hour live stream. I think that's probably a little bit much for us.
It's probably... That might be dangerous.
Yeah. But like, maybe like... I don't know.
Inordinately long live stream. Like, just like, we don't need to actually put enough... Let's do the whole, like, hedging your bets thing that people do with, like, you know, like, with their... Whether it's with their relationships or, you know, any sort of arrangements. Like, let's not put a label on it. No, in this case, I'm gonna say, let's not put a time limit.
You think we should just go until we get, like, too tired to function?
Well, I don't think it'll even stop when we get too tired to function. It'll just stop whenever we need to actually sleep to not die.
I mean, like, it's a fair idea, I think, because, like, we could just bring people in and out. The only one that actually has to be here for the whole time is me, because I'm the one that runs Streamlabs bit. So, like, if you guys are okay with bringing people in and out, I think that we could definitely make that work.
Yeah, it's like, oh no.
How do you feel about the whole?
Why did all I could think of there was, just Drake's song nonstop.
Which one?
No, he has a song called Nonstop.
Oh jeez.
I think.
Yeah,
that's what that song's called, right?
Yes. Yeah, that is what that song is called. It's like it has an interesting idea in its production and is very, very monotonous.
You know.
Fair.
Nonstop.
Like most Drake stuff from the Scorpion era.
Actually, you know what? Let me get a hard date for this. Phrasing, I know, but I could just like go check.
It is a hard date. Like,
don't.
No, I was gonna say that is it like just a level? Is it one level or two levels below Lunatic Date?
Die.
When you're trying to like dodge the bullets to maximize your affection statistic, and it only lasts a few minutes before you're either humiliated, maxed out in your love counters.
Wow, my laptop is running really slow. I should restart it after I check this. What was I going to say? Like I want to get the actual day that we would need to be doing this on for it to be an actual anniversary.
Okay.
Shapes and Forms Live 4/15/17 was the first episode. So that's in 3 months.
Woo!
Is that even
Spring
a
break?
Shut the fuck up. Is that even a Thursday? Hold on, let me check. April. That's a Tuesday. So we have to do it like the Thursday after, I guess. But, you know.
Close enough,
Or
right?
we could do it on a Tuesday, I don't know.
I
feel
should
like
probably
nobody would
honestly
show
go
up.
to bed soon, or like, well, actually I should eat something, and then I should go to bed. But, I'm very tired.
I just think that it would be a neat idea.
It is a very neat idea.
I think what we would probably want to do, instead of running the show late, like maybe we could do that too, like a little bit, but it'd probably be better to start early.
Yeah.
Because we start fairly late at night.
Yeah.
Normally. And
Like, we'd be midway through hour 1 right now, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's something we can think about, and
Yeah.
I will get like other opinions on this and see. You know, I need to check to see if Cece is going to be okay with it, because she's home on Thursdays usually. So that's one thing I would need to check. But like, see if other people want to be on for a bit and can make time. Because I would rather start planning well in advance, you know?
Yeah.
As opposed to waiting and then having it be like a last minute thing.
Right.
But like we could do like big chunks of all the most popular shapes and forms stuff. Do game roulette,
Yes.
do GeoGuessr.
Gungeon.
Do Gungeon.
Yes, Gungeon.
It would have to be like Gungeon would have to be like the first thing we did. I feel like, or the last.
Yeah,
one or the other.
and also again we need to bring back Tony Hawk, at least before then.
Yeah,
And because that is classic.
that's essential. Yeah.
Like, we're gonna have to go back to Crypt Worlds at some point.
That would probably be a decent opportunity to do that, just to like fuck around in it for a little while.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
how
like-
you finish Crypt Worlds. I know you can. I don't know how you do it though.
Like, actually, that would be great if, like, it gets, like, actually to, like, really go into that when we are sleep-deprived enough, but not too sleep-deprived to function.
That would
is,
be
like-
a sight. Actually, I think like a big indie game, like random itch.io stuff block would be fun for that too.
Yeah, that could be fun. Hey,
I really
oh,
want to see. I really want to see how Shredney would react to this one game that I played a couple of years ago called The Stranger. I think that it would be neat. It's one of those
Oh, God,
itch.io
it's the fish.
small indie things. Fish!
oh no.
This
but
boss sucks.
I like its aesthetic, but I can see it being utter hell to play against.
Yes.
Fish.
Have I unlocked the secret? Is the secret that you just stay away, like, as far as you possibly can from the fish? Like,
Fish.
regardless of where it is on the screen? I say as I get hit immediately. Bombs don't
Fish.
even help me against these little fish that it's summoning.
What was I gonna say? This is probably not good stream material, but I was just thinking about, in terms of itch.io games, I would love to play some of Kitty Horror Show's stuff. Although, actually, that could make interesting streaming material, but at the same time, it isn't like the sort of stuff you commentate over.
I mean, yeah.
It's kind of like Yume Nikki or
No,
LSD Dreaming.
I'm
You know what I
vaguely-
mean?
I'm like vaguely familiar with Kitty Horror Show. Although LSD Dream Emulator would be a good thing to play.
Oh
with the
yeah,
version
let's
of the
do
show.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, LSD Dream Yeah, you probably could in this format.
Yeah.
But but yeah, Kitty Horror Show stuff is it's thinky and upsetting.
Yeah, I am dimly aware of her work.
It's really good and really effective. I think that's kind of the thing. It's effectively upsetting.
I'm effective at being upsetting.
Well, for different reasons, Jane.
Wow, alright.
Damn. Savage.
See, it works because we're friends, and we know that we're not actually being serious.
Yeah.
But
Finish them.
unfortunately, but the thing is, at the same time, if we all know each other's secret soft underbellies, so we could eviscerate each other live, uncensored, on stream.
I don't
But
like
we
the
won't.
tone this is starting to take.
See, the thing about you, Jane, is stops. is destroyed instantly.
Is destroyed by my mind lasers.
Yeah, preventative thermonuclear strike.
Go, stop
Directed.
talking about your underbelly.
Seedy underbelly.
I wouldn't think that Go-Go's underbelly is seedy. It's probably soft and plush.
Soft
I apologize. Yes! Yes! Perfect!
Fatality.
Yes, exactly.
We'll probably finish up after this run here. It's been a good stream.
Yeah.
You know, I love Shapes and Forms. Occasionally fun to do something a bit more off script, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, granted, it's impossible to have me on script on anything.
I mean, that's true. MX,
But we do have, we do certainly have a certain rhythm that we fall into when we're doing our regular stream, just because it kind of has that built in with the dockets that we usually do.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
But still.
structure.
Yeah.
Shapes and Forms is scripted. Oh, shut the fuck up. It's the last thing. Like, if people, I don't know if anybody else here, I guess Go-Go probably remembers this, but there was a time period when NL's, like, Northern Lions' whole thing was Isaac. People would accuse him of scripting the episodes for some reason. It was very bizarre.
Oh my god.
I was never really clear how serious the accusations were, like if people actually thought that or if they were just having a giggle. But it didn't seem like a joke. It was weird.
Oh god.
Do you know that the Northern Lion, he records the Isaac beforehand and commentates over it afterwards? People are odd.
It's what they call a worked shoot.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
It was a time when he was bad as well. I mean, you know. Always? I'm just kidding.
Imagine being good at video games.
Oh no, I've never faced this boss before.
Nightmare.
You must be new.
It looks like a Seraphim.
Seraphim on the Ring by Mitchie M.
Could be a sweet dream or a beautiful nightmare.
Well, it could also be one of the
Made
Ophani.
of these. Who am
No, actually, it looks
I
like one of
to
the Ophani.
Disagree. That's the Wheel Angels, right?
Yep, the Wheels Within Wheels.
They're oh god, okay.
This really does look like some, like, weird, like, Book of Ezekiel shit.
Assumed we were done. Pardon me for being so presumptuous.
Angels.
But yeah, like, the whole thing of, like, the angels that bear the throne of God.
Yeah, I know what an Ophanium is. I just, like,
Yeah.
I couldn't remember which one was which, is all.
Yeah, I'm very fond of just how utterly psychedelic the descriptions of angels are. Partly because, like, I like the whole like the idea behind it, which is that to describe God is, to describe all things and no particular things.
Yeah, like Lego bricks.
Explain.
You know.
I think I know where you're going with that. No, actually, I think I knew where you were going, where you could reasonably be going with that.
Oh my gosh.
Like Lego bricks.
Like Lego bricks. It
Well-
doesn't need explanation.
Well,
Like
I mean,
Lego bricks, you can make anything out of Legos, but
I
also
would-
they don't look like anything other than Legos.
I was thinking exactly that. I just wanted you to explain it, and it was like,
Yeah.
yeah, that actually is a very good That's a good simile, actually.
Thank you.
The
But yeah-
enlightenment of Jane.
But yeah, like the whole thing with like how the
Oh, hey,
Cherubim are like they're like various animals combined
Those ships
together.
were like evil versions of you, Jane.
Yeah, there's those guys, and the little red ones are clearly patterned after the player character.
Yeah.
We are
So it's like a-
them. Yes, we are.
So basically, it's Celeste.
No.
Sorry.
It's not like that, actually.
Like at all.
It's like Gradius.
Okay.
For the rest
You
of
see,
us.
You
You
don't
see,
like
Jane.
Gradius, Treadney? You think you're too
You
good
see,
for
Jane,
Gradius?
I have an obscure colorblindness where all games I am incapable of playing look exactly the same to me. This is absolutely no different from Call of Duty.
Hey. Here's a fun trial and tribulation for you. Go to your doctor and tell him that you have gamer blindness. See what he
Yes.
says. Tell me about it when you do.
I mean, I've already been to my ophthalmologist, and it's apparently quite severe. There is no cure. I mean, I can wear glasses, but they only correct it enough for me to be able to differentiate between indie titles, AA and AAA. And even then, it can be ambiguous.
Sir,
Double
I'm sorry.
A.
Sir, I'm sorry you have gamer blindness and it's terminal. The doctor said I have to get my gamer gland removed, guys.
Another cute Reaper?
I mean, I can also.
This one's a
sec-
wizard. Don't be silly.
A second?
I can also.
There is another.
Under rare circumstances, I can also differentiate asset flips and Toho.
Nice.
Although, in the case of Toho, occasionally I am sometimes confused, and it is in fact a Renin or an Undertale.
Look, Linen and Toho are actually quite similar. It's not true of fucking Undertale.
I'm aware. It's a crippling condition, Jane. It's very, very bad.
I'll agree with that part.
It's very bad. And of course, the main issue is that every AAA title looks exactly the same.
Oh no, that one's normal.
I mean, that's,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes,
that's just
yes.
true. Like,
I've been told that's not uncommon.
75 to 80% of the time, yes.
What's this? Oh shit, the Iron Fist. Yes.
I have been told there is a thing called a first-person shooter, and that it is a genre rather than one single game.
All right, we're going into the boss of the 5th floor with 5 HP. Let's go. I got
For those
maces.
about to die, we salute you.
Overlord.
Oh, I got no bombs either. That's good.
It's the Overlord. He lords over you.
Do I have to press F to pay respects?
Not yet. Come on Judgment Day with your guns, but no regrets.
Lording over. Continues.
This guy's got 3 phases.
3 phases.
Like the moon.
Phasers of the moon.
I mean, moons tend to have more phases than that.
Alright. Now we just have to not get hit. Fuck.
You got hit.
I was expecting to at least last a few seconds before I raged, but, you know. We were actually surprisingly close there.
So Jane, this game here.
Eat a flan on August 15th.
This game here. I think it's called Enter the Gungeon.
Reflect on your past.
Huh.
See, I think I'm pretty close, given that my severe gamer blindness.
All right.
I'm told that it will gradually improve over time.
That was Magic Planet Live. We will be back for our regular Shapes and Forms on Thursday, where we will be playing, in order, Monolith, Snaky Bus, and GeoGuessr. You may ask what the hell Snaky Bus is. Well, you're going to find out, hopefully.
We're going to discover.
I'll do my best not to ruin the surprise for myself.
All right.
Anyway, I'm going to dab to pay my respects.
Okay.
It is done.
Yeah.
You couldn't see it, but I also dabbed.
Good.
Thank you for coming out, everybody. We will see you on Thursday.
Good
Farewell.
night.